long time ChampCar favourite, Virginia International Raceway, plays host to the third team enduro of the ChampCar iRacing season in 2024. 6 hours of great racing ahead of us, a little bit of weather in the area, and $200 of ChampCar prizes on the line for our winning team. This is the ChampCar iRacing VIR 6 hour on HJBC and ChampCar Live, wherever you are watching. It's great to have you. We've got some great teams, great ChampCar heritage, and some aspiring sim racers who'd like to go racing in the real world, all together here for the ChampCar iRacing VIR 6 hour. To bring you live coverage of it, I'm David Haynes with Devin Peters.
Oh, I love me some VIR. It's going to be a good day of watching race cars go around and around and hopefully not spin, more times than there are corners.
There are plenty of corners around here, 20 of them to believe this, almost 3.5 miles. It's a nice, good-sized circuit, not too small, not too big. And to set the grid for today's racing, qualifying has just begun now, and we have all 13 teams by the looks of things now. We can run through some of them. So looking first at the number 12, Valhalla Motorsports, with Clayton Davis on board at the moment. He's sharing with Matthew Wyckoff. We've got, once again, 3 cars from Spinny Boys, gold, green, and yellow. And so I should mention, we're all racing.
We're all racing for what, David?
We're all racing in Toyota GR86s today.
Yeah, the GR86 is a great car for this track. Just enough pace to get you in trouble and plenty of grip in the corners for having some fun. I'd say with a 208, 206 kind of top end lap time, still a little bit quicker than the cars we see in ChampCar, but not too far off the mark of the front end of the field. And also a car that has pretty authentic I would say, tires to the situation. So there are slicks on it right now, which we don't race in the ChampCar series, but in the wet, the tires work just about as good as the ones that the ChampCar guys might run if we happen to see any of that rain in the forecast pop up.
Now, if you've got friends, family, teammates that you're following today, hjbc.live has the live timing. Very, very simple web address, hjbc.live, and that has live timing right now of qualifying and then also of the 6 hour race as we get into it. Hungry Geckos, I don't want to say, reigning champions or anything like that of these ChampCar iRacing endurance events, but they came second at the first event of the year at Daytona, and they were the winners in what's got to be said pretty dominant fashion of the ChampCar iRacing Watkins Glen 5 hour. So they come in with really, really great pedigree, and we're looking at them right now, the Hungry Geckos. And they've added an extra driver to their lineup. So Christian Peeler and Dennis Federation, victorious last time out, are now also joined by Patrick Voigt.
Yeah, got a lot of folks out that are repeats, but also a couple of new teams too. I want to say that Valhalla, who we mentioned earlier, is new. We've seen the Balthazar guys. Oh, sorry, we're back on Valhalla. Valhalla says they're a relatively small team that mostly runs sort of endurance events. Don't know that there's a real car connected to those guys, so maybe we'll get them up in the booth later today and have a chat with them.
So a couple other teams that we haven't covered are out on track, like Legitimate Racing and Nyland Motorsport. Currently up top at the moment, Legitimate Racing, the number 6 with Ryan Carwile. He's got Sean Fritz for a teammate.
Gazoo Raining Rubber Rapid. That's a heck of a team name with Paul Darley. at the wheel right now, setting some purple sectors out there. That's why I'm calling him out. He's looking pretty quick in this qualifying session. Using every bit of the corner into roller coaster, and that car was sliding at the apex.
Takes some pronunciating, that's for sure, in the number 55, Paul Darling and Thomas Twomey. The moment, demonstrating what VIR is all about, that super challenging part that closes the lap from the roller coaster and then down through the hog pen. Whole lot of elevation in just a little bit of racetrack through there to see out the lap. The moment, they're 2,000th of a second behind pole position. Are they going to cross the line and improve and send themselves to the top? Yes, they are. Paul Darling goes up top for the moment.
And then jumps right out of the car. And I think the reason for that is clear. Paul's doing double duty today. He's racing the SRO iRacing GR86 Cup race that's going on today at the same time. So we'll see him in and we'll see him out of that car, maybe at some odd times.
Our schedule came out first.
Yeah, they don't compare anyway, even on the prize front.
So Heartland Autosport are back, and they've got two cars, suitably themed, decorated, and such. So this is Heartland Autosport Frosted Sprinkle 46, and we have Heartland Autosport Chocolate Chip, the 64.
Yeah, the frosted car is featuring Dave, Tyler, and Kirill today, and they've all been definitely convinced and not coerced. They use the wrong word a lot of times in their description, but to come out and race with us today. And then the chocolate chip car is going to feature a few more names that might be a bit more familiar to our regulars: Maxime Boisvel, Aaron Beaver, and Dakota Knapp, and they have a lot of fun out at the ChampCar races, and they're hoping to have some fun here today in their beautifully liveried cars.
Yes, indeed.
The fastest color.
We've also got Slowered Expectations, the number 50, with Andy Cosick, Orlando Harrell, and Aaron Reed. Can dissect exactly what's going on with that livery, but I think they took the blue pill. I haven't watched that movie lately, but they're out on track at the moment with a 3-driver lineup for the number 50.
They might just be masters of the simulation. Either way, another good-looking car crossing the line. Sloward currently 6th place in qualifying.
Bit of movement on the board, as I think Spinny Boy's gold might have just gone up a little bit.
Yeah, so jumping up to 4th place.
Yeah, and then getting displaced by Nyland Motorsport move up to 2nd with Lincoln Fox. So plenty of change going on at the moment across this qualifying. Ultimately, with 6 hours of racing, we don't expect this qualifying session to be of severe importance, but it'd be nice to start well, and it's already showing how competitive I think this field is going to be. That's a characteristic of the Toyota GR86. I think it's always very much a level playing field for all. It's got a little bit of horsepower, a bit more than the road cars have got, but not oodles and oodles of it. And so it does slipstream pretty close as well. And everyone, sort of the beginners and the intermediate drivers, find it really approachable as well, I think, which is good.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird. I guess it's a car that's easy to drive, like high skill floor, but then also high skill ceiling, because you really got to kind of drive around some of the aids on the car that want to keep you in a straight line. Just a little bit of traction control at the wrong moment can really compromise a lap. So maximizing it every time requires a steady hand. So this is Nyland and Heartland Autosport Frosted Sprinkle
heading down the back straight. Nyland Motorsport pull over, and Frosted Sprinkle goes through. Their teammates had just been on pit lane, so David Barkley for the Heartland Autosport Frosted Sprinkle was the only one of that team on the track at the moment, approaching the halfway point of this little qualifying session. And so they've been up in a couple of the sectors. This is looking like it could be an improvement for the number 46. Start-finish line's a long way down the straight here at VIR, just as you cross underneath the gantry there. And it sends them to second place, so an improvement for sure. This is on board. You see what's from the road car, what's pure motorsport. So the button box, the dash, the wheel, all motorsport bits in the GR86. But I think that glove box latch, that's pure factory. Actually, the shifter is for the 6-speed sequential that's fitted, rather than the road car gearbox to this version of the Toyota GR86 race car.
Yeah, we don't get to watch them, watch the hands of the drivers smacking the knob. iRacing when.
How high is that up on your priorities list? It's like 6th or 10th or something, 20th for me.
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty low,
So Nyland are improving, and now they're getting the tow from Heartland Autosport, the Frosted Edition. It is a long back straight here. It's got a proper name that I haven't been giving to it, which is Madison Avenue?
Yeah,
yes.
That's what most people call it. And of course, the famous hog pen. And honestly, the front straight here, it's kind of tricky to keep it on the track on the exit of the corner.
So Lincoln Fox in the blue Nyland Motorsport Toyota GR86 crosses the start-finish line and moves to top position in this qualifying for the moment. Gatsu reigning rubber rapid. Not on track. Now, for Paul Darling, it looked like that could have been an improvement, but it will not be.
And it does seem like the tires on the GR86 here are really only good for one flying lap. So taking a lot out of them when they're going around out here.
Track sure is toasty at the moment as well. I'm going to take a guess before I was going to say 107 Fahrenheit, but no, it's 110. So certainly pretty toasty for a track temperature.
Yeah, 43 degrees Fahrenheit higher than the ambient of 77. And a little bit humid. Pretty calm. Something that does matter though out here is the draft, and David Barkley in that Frosted Sprinkle car is looking like he might have a draft. I spoke too soon. Lincoln Fox of Madison has run it quite wide. Will not provide a draft down Madison Avenue.
Just behind them on track is Legitimate Racing, and they've brought across the livery that they have on their Ford Focus that they race in the ChampCar Endurance Series.
Right down to the wing decals. It's good stuff.
And of course, that's been just a little bit stolen from the sort of 2017-ish Le Mans winning Ford GT.
What do you mean? Same car. I can't tell the difference.
Yeah, Toyota GR86 by way of Ford Focus and Ford GT for Legitimate Racing.
We're getting calls for metric in the chat. So 41 degrees Celsius on the track. I wouldn't want to be walking out there barefoot.
No, at one point I did hear how hot pavement should be before you don't walk a dog on it, and I can't remember, but that's too hot for a dog.
Yeah, confirmed. I can confirm.
And that's a little off track at the roller coaster. Please keep your arms and legs inside the vehicle at all times.
Yeah, starting to see some of the top teams shutting her down. Nyland's parked in the garage, so is Frosted Sprinkles. Gazoo Raining Rubber Rapids is still lapping out there, but so far not setting a purple sector. Just a few hundreds. Actually, okay, yeah, that's no lap. I was going to say that's more than a few hundreds. That's a few seconds off their best through that sector.
Hungry Geckos have been making a little bit of an improvement. They've just done their personal best with Dennis Federation that sent them to 5th place. This is the team that won they had the Porsche Cayman at Watkins Glen.
Yeah. Yeah, it did
against
well
the BMWs.
And looking pretty comfortable out there so far. As you mentioned, though, I don't think they were the top qualifiers that day. All that matters is staying in contact, staying on the lead lap. This is a race where yellow flags are in play. If drivers go and stuff it in a wall, generate a situation deserving of a caution, then we'll see those flags fly. Means pit strategy plays a bit during our 6-hour race today.
Unusual call at Nyland Motorsport, because I think Lincoln Fox has got in and Andres Navarro has replaced Lincoln Fox there.
Maybe just getting some warm up in.
Yeah, we're all about to be very surprised.
Yeah, I was going to say, I haven't seen Navarro in practice yet, so didn't get any warm-up in. Couple teams following that strategy, just running one guy since the start of warm-up. Gecko's looking pretty quick again as they come to the line. That's 2:07.8 for the Geckos. Not quite an improvement. Within 300ths of their best.
And a reminder what we're playing for. There are 4 ChampCar iRacing Team Enduros this year. We've been to Daytona International Speedway in March. We've been to Watkins Glen in May. And now this is the 3rd of 4 at VIR, the 4th and final, which is going to be our iRacing National Championship, is Road America in October. And so your best 2 team results of the first 3 sets you up going into the final, where there's even more ChampCar prizes on the line. So a many great ways to win and get closer to real wheel-to-wheel racing in the ChampCar Endurance Series.
Yeah, and there's nothing closer than the iRacing sim to the real thing. The only thing we got wrong today is that it's even hotter in real life by the sounds of things. Apparently it's 84 degrees near, or 86 degrees Fahrenheit near VIR right now. I think that puts track temps north of 120. Paul Darling giving a tow to Sean Fritz in that legitimate racing car to come up Madison Avenue and dive it into the braking zone. Tricky corner to get right, but Fritz is doing a pretty good job of it here, I'd say. The staged, or the 2-stage curbs kind of dare you to get closer. Ooh, another little slide through Hogpen there for Fritz. It's going to be a quick one, though. I think their best lap so far. Currently at 2:08. That's going to give them a 2:08.1. So they go That looks like a second, almost a second better. Half a second better.
Well, there's only a minute left, and so there'll be no more qualifying for Spinny Boys green or gold, that's for sure. Navarro is not looking much to improve Nyland Motorsport. They don't need too much as they're on top at the moment. There's only a few teams that could take anything away from them. Gatsu Raining Rubber Rapids could be one of them.
I think they get an hour into the race before they've got a nickname.
Well, I'm already leaning towards GUR 86.
The Team GUR.
So we'll see. This is tracking equally with their best. That's a bit wide through the exit of Oak Tree there, not perfect, and no one's going to tow them down the back straight here past the north paddock pits. Or maybe that is the south paddock. I can't remember. I'm lost.
That is... Oh! The end of the lap there for Paul. I think that exit was bringing them down.
Well, the checkered flag is out. And there's only a few cars left out on circuit, like Nyland Motorsport, Valhalla Motorsports, and Balthazar Motorworks. Obviously, Gatsu Raining Rubber Rapids were done with their qualifying. This is how the times are at the moment, with Nyland up top from Heartland Autosport, Frosted Sprinkles, Spinny Boys Gold, Hungry Geckos, Spinny Boys Green, Valhalla Motorsports, Legitimate Racing, Sennhauser Racing Team, Heartland Autosport, Chocolate Chip, and then Balthazar Motorworks, Slowered Expectations, and Spinny Boys Yellow, the 13 teams that we have for the ChampCar iRacing VIR 6 hour. And it is 13 teams, the total number of drivers exceeding 30. Teams being made up of 2 or 3 drivers. It's just another look again there at the qualifying order. It has Navarro's name next to Nyland Motorsport, but that time was set by Lincoln Fox before they made a little bit of a change. The last cars left on track, pulling into the pit lane. Teams getting ready to go racing for 6 hours at VIR, 1 week ahead of when the ChampCar Endurance Series will participate in the long-running and well-loved Lifeline 24-hour Classic. And that's the fall of the curtain on qualifying. The drivers will get ready to grid now. And so, at this circuit, they begin behind the safety car on pit lane for the formation lap before we get the drop of the green flag, and 6 hours begins counting. Will be Nyland Motorsport and Gatsu Raining Rubber Rapids on that front row. keep an eye on if every team uses the same driver from qualifying to start the race. They're under no obligation to do so. In fact, they're under no obligation to use just one driver in qualifying, although most did.
Yeah, they're gridding up in the pit lane for the traditional VIR roll-off here. "13 cars, giving us about 40 registered racers for today. And I think all of them eager to make their racing a little bit cheaper this summer. I think a few of them may be looking for their first time out on the real track.
I think that car gets rolling in a second.
Yeah, pace cars
there it
just
is.
Warming things up. If you're just cold revving the motor in the pits, you never know.
Not sure you're going to have trouble with warm-up of anything today.
So race will be going green in the sim right around 12:25, 12:30ish, depending on the length of this pit stop. 6 hours on the clock today.
You saw the crew members in pit lane sitting on a couple of the tyres. Well, they're going to need more than one type of tyre today.
Yeah.
With a bit of weather in the area, everyone starting on the dry weather tyres. At some point, we are going to see the wet weather tyres out there. There's some nasty clouds coming, but it's a nice start to the race right now, even if a little warm. So if you're joining us for the first time or you're a long time iRacing fan, hope you are going to enjoy this one. It's the third Team Enduro of the year in the ChampCar iRacing series. 6 hours ahead of us. We are live on HJBC and ChampCar Live with a great mix of teams and drivers. Some long-time ChampCar Endurance Series competitors with a love for iRacing. Some iRacers with an eye towards racing in the ChampCar Endurance Series. And then, some from some other series, etc., that thought this looked like a great event to be part of and are racing, hoping to win a prize or two if they can.
Just like the real World Champ Car Series, this is the best deal in sim racing here today.
So the starting drivers are Andre Navarro, Paul Darling, David Barkley, Tyler Agostino, Dennis Federation, Ron Wolf, Clayton Davis, Sean Fritz, Logan Sennhauser, Dakota Knapp, Justin Woods, Andy Kosick, and Matthew Dupuis. So for Sennhauser Racing Team, we've got the brothers Logan and Cameron in the 302, and it will be Logan starting the race, and then they're not far away from that.
Coming down the slope, starting to pack up that group at the front.
HJBC.live has your live timing for today's event. If you're trying to follow along, that's the best place to go, your best companion to today's coverage. We're moments away from getting underway for the ChampCar iRacing VIR 6 hour. 6 hours of racing on iRacing this weekend. That blue car, Nyland Motorsport, and Andre Navarro alongside the black car, Gatsu Raining, Rubber Rapids, and Paul Darling. Safety car is in. Your pole sitter is waiting for a green flag to send 13 Toyota GR86s racing at VIR, America's Motorsport Resort, in a way. And there it is, and we do get going. Heading down towards turn one with a tightly bunched field. Around the outside goes Paul Darling for GRRR, looking to take the race lead round the outside of the first hairpin. With a couple of left-handers to come up, that could be a successful manoeuvre to take away the race lead. And it will, within third place, Heartland Autosport Frosted Sparkle just sitting in there in the third place at the moment. We're working our way around the first lap. This is a car that starts with some coldish tyres, so I don't think they'll be fully leaning on them just yet, even on a warm track like this.
First time up through the S's. Always sketchy through here, even when the tires are hot. Things looking pretty clean throughout the field, though. They've all fallen in single file.
Barkley's looking strong in that third place. Heartland Autosport Frosted Sprinkle Machine as we go into Oak Tree. Nose chopped off a little bit, but a good exit off of Oak Tree so important, with a long straight to head towards the roller coaster and bring you back towards the pit building. You've got a little bit of moving and shaking in the background there as well, with the other Heartland Autosport Choc Chip car right in behind Valhalla Motorsports. But I think Paul Darling, race leader, will be pretty happy with that race start. Round the outside of turn one, pulling away into the race lead, and then it's close for the whole rest of the field down Madison Avenue.
Things looking quick up at the front in that Darling car.
Lifting the inside tyre, dropping down through Hogpen. The field's going to come back onto the pit straight to complete the first of probably a lot of laps today. But Paul Darling will lead us this time. Great race start. The rest of them very much single file, tightly spaced all the way from second down towards 13th place. David Barkley still just sitting in third place at the moment. Maybe thought about moving for second place. Stays in position. Running a little bit wide. Legitimate Racing might have a Valhalla Motorsports alongside of them try to take a spot away as they got too deep into the turn one hairpin. Rarely just going around the outside of these corners work, and that's why. That sends Legitimate Racing off the road.
And it's tough when you're making that move up the inside. You're kind of exposing yourself to the outside line. It's hard to take that corner too wide. Sean Fritz though gets tagged on the rear bumper and just gets turned around. Early turn in from Clayton Davis, and not a lot he could do there. Does a good job keeping it off the wall. It's a long race, and these GR86s are pretty tough.
Yeah, they are built pretty tanky. Back with second and third, you see the leader just in front of them. You see Spinny Boys Gold in fourth, just behind. Big drop through there before you head back up into Oak Tree. Tightening sequence of two corners here. Again, really trying to focus on that exit. Leaping plenty of curb there for Barkley.
And I've gotten a tip off that at the real VIR this year, there might be some sandbags on some of the trouble corners. I wonder if that's one of the jumps that will be off limits when we visit the track, or when ChampCar visits the track next weekend.
I think through those lower S's, people like to get a little exploratory. Could be one spot, but the rest of the field's still pretty close behind, even if this has been another lap where Paul Darling in the race lead's been able to pull out a couple more car lengths away from second, third, fourth, fifth. We're up to speed with another lap completed. Our first flying lap of the race. Getting close to 2 minutes 7, 2 minute 8 lap times from the field here.
And they're all full of fuel now.
Another modification from the road car to the race car is fitting quite a big fuel cell to these things, so they go a long way.
Yeah, seriously, road trip car, track day car, you know. do almost a whole day of hooning on that kind of tank.
Do a one-stop cannonball run.
Maybe not quite. Got to put a slip tank in the back seat for that, I heard.
So second, third, fourth, pretty exciting stuff at the moment. Nyland Motorsport still staying ahead, but definitely being hounded by a whole slew of strong cars here. With Spinny Boys Gold, Spinny Boys Green, Hungry Geckos there. The next train's led by Heartland Autosport Choc Chip. Dakota Naps made 3 spots so far in this race, ahead of Valhalla Motorsports, Sennhauser Racing Team, Balthazar Motorworks, and etc.
Definitely feeling some pressure there.
It's close action. None of them shy of just a little bit of apex curb through the hog pen to complete lap 3 of this 6-hour race.
Well, and as I was mentioning, it's a car. Oh, we got to move up the inside here. This Federation of the Hungry Geckos making a move on the Spinny Boys, and he goes real deep. Passes one Spinny Boy, nearly takes out the one ahead, and has to give up the spot. That's probably the best passing opportunity on the circuit, but that's not exactly how you want it to go. Andre Navarro is slowing down, letting David Barkley and the Frosted Sprinkle car go by. We saw just in the foreground the last shot there, too.
Change for second, David Barkley goes through. Heartland Autosports Frosted Sprinkle into second, and then the 2 Spinny Boys a tiny bit further back to where Hungry Geckos eventually got back on the road. But they did just get in way too hot into that turn 1. In the little connecting section between the lower S's and the climbing S's, they're all over David Barkley in the Heartland Autosport Frosted Sprinkle car. But with a couple of corners and some time to catch their breath, we might soon see what kind of lap times the 46 is capable of.
Barkley looked like he almost got it wrong going through Oak Tree that time, but I shouldn't have doubted. Gets a really nice run on the exit. When you're braking really deep into that corner, you can kind of get it locked up and almost straightened out. Of course, this thing has pretty good ABS on it, but makes an uncomfortable line.
So the 3 Spinny Boys cars are now lining up behind Nyland Motorsport, maybe thinking, is it time for them to go through? It depends on what kind of pace the 2 cars in front are setting. Dennis Federicin's getting back in picture as well, as he gets plenty of curb.
Well, and Darling got off to a quick start. Ran a second and a half faster than everyone on the first lap, but he hasn't had much of a buffer for the next couple of laps. So I wonder if he's holding back some pace, or if the other guys just took a second to get it figured out.
Fastest lap of the race still belongs to Paul Darling, leading the race.
Spinny Boys up the inside. Tyler Agostino dives down the inside of Navarro. Oh, and contact between Navarro and Spinny Boys Green. That's Ron Wolf behind the wheel. That was also Federation, who had to take evasive action again. You'll see it here, just the door closing into that's left hook, right? No, that's NASCAR, sorry. And it's tricky corner, as I said, to run too wide. Much better to do your passing into turn 1 if you can manage it.
Perhaps a little greedy to think that 2 cars were going to be able to get through on the inside. As you look at it again, Hungry Geckos were like, oh, I've got to go all the way around the outside here. And then you had the slew of other cars like the Heartland Autosport Cookie Machine and a few others there. And there's the Sennhauser car. So it put them right back with that group. And so you have Paul Darling leading the way by 3 seconds. And now the Heartland Autosport Choc Chip car runs wide at the Oak Tree.
Oh, and that's what I was talking about. You get it in a little bit deep, And in this case, they had a little bit of yaw in the car, and you try to get it slowed down, and the rear end just goes away from you. It's the reason that corner is so famous, so infamous, and it's not just the oak tree that used to be on the apex. It's a tricky one to get through. Now, luckily for the Heartland Autosports fanatics out there, that is the second car of their team. Right now, that David Barkley piloted car of the Frosted Sprinkle has a little gap back to third place and is doing his best to chase down Paul Darling out at the front. Gonna need to find a little bit more pace to start closing that gap up though. Darling last time by 2:07.7, last time by for Barkley is a 2:08.2.
All happening in the first sector right now. Hungry Gecko side by side with Valhalla. Heartland Autosport Choc Chip doing battle.
Getting a little feisty up there. That's a push from Federition. And it's always exhilarating turning in there at the top of the hill. Never sure if you can see the apex there at the south bend. Another good run though, and we've got positions 5 through I'd say about 11th all up for grabs. Federition wants one of them. He's coming up the inside in that Hungry Gecko's car, looking up the inside of Clayton Davis. And there's a little bit of gamesmanship, a little bit of side drafting as they come down the straight. Who's the last break? It's going to be Federition on the inside, and he takes the spot and neatly into line slips Clayton Davis.
So back to 5th place where they were previously for the Hungry Geckos. In front of Valhalla Motorsports, Sennhauser Racing Team, Heartland Autosport Choc Chip, and Slowered Expectations. So you've got a couple of cars up there in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Then you've got this slate of cars.
Perfect track for a big lead to build up to. The walls are so far away. Move around the outside here from Knapp, just behind. We're seeing the end of it. Made a move around the outside of Logan Sennhauser on that Sennhauser Racing Team car. That's 7th place, not Knapp's taken away. And he wants to be a part of this battle for 5th because Clayton Davis has not quit pushing Dennis Federition in that Hungry Gecko's car.
Climbing up the hill in the view of all of the little villas that you can rent. Probably not next weekend though. I imagine they were all booked out 12 months ago. One of the best spots in motorsport. Just after Highlands Motorsports Park in New Zealand's Loo with a View, which is a toilet with one-way glass where you can do your business while you watch racers do their business. Into the roller coaster for Hungry Geckos, Valhalla Motorsports, and Heartland Autosport. Well, the track's cooled, or was cooler for just a little bit there. Few drivers, few teams hitting some personal bests. So Heartland Autosport Shock Chip hitting a personal best. Paul Darling for Raining Rubber Rapids resetting the fastest lap of the race. And a few others also just sort of hitting their stride. I think a PB for Legitimate Racing, as well as Spinny Boys Yellow. This is your second, third, and fourth once again. Now 5.5 seconds away and behind the race lead.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see. Darling, like I said, is a pretty qualified GR86 driver, but it'll be interesting to see what the rest of his team has to offer. He's definitely setting that early pace, and this is a track, as I was kind of getting to earlier, where we could see a really long green flag run with the amount of runoff area. Cars able to get things going on their own.
Still super close. Last lap was a little scruffy from the car in second place. So that's why they're being hounded just a little bit by Spinny Boys Gold, and Nyland Motorsport is still right in the picture. And it opened up the gap to the leader just a little bit. Not too long, we'll see how this lap shakes out.
Yeah, I am also wondering how, if you're Spinny Boys Gold, if you're Nyland, are you gaining more by doing a little fuel save here than you are by racing really hard? Spinny Boys doesn't seem to care, though. Tyler Agostino goes around the outside into turn number 1. Heartland Autosport and Spinny Boys, lots of history racing each other in these enduro events, and today is no exception. And nicely done. Nicely done. David Barkley's going to get passed on the outside in turn 1 by Tyler Agostino.
Yeah, good move. There's a little bit of a bump on the inside there, where if you've got someone on your outside and you're held a little bit to the inside, you get more of the bump that the car on the outside then doesn't get. So it can work just based on where the bump is. And Tyler Agostino and Spinny Boys Gold go to second place. But are going to have to demonstrate a lot of pace if they're going to catch the leader.
If I remember correctly, the profile of the turns was dictated by how tightly a bulldozer could turn the corner out here, and it's wonderful how it manages just to create that perfect amount of width on the exit of turn 1 there. Really a lot of room for action.
Summit Point, I think, was one man and a bulldozer.
To be fair, I think there might have been a second bulldozer pass when they did the upgrades out here. But nonetheless,
Circuit used to be quite a bit narrower than it is now, which is actually a little crazy to think about, because you don't look at it right now and go, that's the widest racetrack ever.
Here. And it's gutsy every time you go into that braking zone close to the car ahead of you. They're 2 wide, a little deeper in the field. Spinny Boys Yellow in the Dupuis car and Spinny Boys Green both making their way past Justin Woods in the Balthazar Motorworks car. I think they both got him on Madison Avenue that time. Yeah, sure enough. A little bit of team drafting. And a little team-on-team battle about to start here by the looks of things. Ron Wolf keeping the tighter line down this curving front straightaway. And he might even beat his teammate to the line here. They're side drafting, drag racing. And the inside line. Will it be the advantage that Wolf needs? It looks like it. Team car tries to make a move back on the outside, but ends up dropping into line.
Yep, so green ahead of yellow for the Spinny boys. They got only a couple of seconds to get up to the next group of cars as well. Sennheiser Racing Team and Slow-It Expectations, who are themselves only just behind Valhalla Motorsports and Heartland Autosport Chop Chip. So it's pretty close between sort of 6th and 13th still. But there's now a little bit of a gap between most of the field and sort of the top 4, top 5.
Yeah, a couple two-car battles going. We're just checking in now with Sennheiser and Slower Expectations, Andy Cossack. Actually, I think I've misidentified the cars. Yeah, there we go. That's Sennheiser and Cossack, just in the background there. Taking their turn through roller coaster. Looks like Cossack rolled it a little bit better that time, made up a car length maybe.
Plenty of attitude through for 8th and 9th place.
Well, going into our 11th flying lap.
So how does the Mazda contingency program work if you go and whack the stickers on a Toyota? Not.
I don't think that it counts. I'm just going to go out on a limb here.
No, not even if it's a Mazda with a non-Mazda engine in it. I think that was.
Yeah.
It's got to be a Mazda with a Mazda engine, and that is a Toyota with a Toyota engine.
I was going to say no monster Miatas getting the contingency program benefits.
The people with sort of the older RX-7s with like GM V6s in them and stuff. We're not going to finish in endurance racing if we put the rotary back in. Or we might, but our stops won't be dictated by drive time. It'll be by oil refills. Further back up the field again. It's been Spinny Boys Gold leading this pack for a minute now.
Yeah, and I'm hearing big lifts from the Heartland Autosport, the Navarro guys behind, the Nyland guys behind, and I'm thinking that this is a pack that has settled in for the long haul to some extent. 5.5 hours on the clock, and 158 or so laps remaining. I'd give that plus or minus 50 at this point in the race. Lots yet to come. A little bit of a battle as they cross the stripe this time between Sennheiser and Cossack once again. Cossack taking the long way around the front straight. And we'll see it down into one. Yeah, Cossack taking that outside line. And maybe Sennheiser's determined it's his turn to get a little bit of follow-in. Up ahead, Coda Knapp and Clayton Davis are still pushing pretty hard. Both of them had 2 tires off on the exit of NASCAR there.
Track looks very green, I'm led to believe. Some of the iRacing updates coming are going to make Sonoma green. Should be crazy, like turn the world as you know it on its head.
It was wild that I don't know if there's any big simulators that have the green version of Sonoma. It's wild that no one's done that yet. Ooh, And a little bit of a loose moment there from Knapp on the exit. Gets it over that inside curb and gets the car hopping. Easy to do. They've got pretty soft springs in these GR86s. In the simulator, I think they let them run 300 inch-pounds on the front, 250 in the rear. Maybe a little lower than that. But
You see a lot of pitch when they hit the brakes. The nose sort of comes up, comes down, moves around a lot.
Does seem to be the secret to making a fun to drive sports car these days. Knapp carves a nice line, gets a good run. I think he'll have moved to the outside this time, sure enough. And we'll see. Does the outside line work this time for Knapp? Neck and neck in the braking zone. Not going to be easy. Clayton Davis holds the inside line and gets the better run. Now, the key part is getting it back across the left, and I don't think he has. Knapp's going to have the inside going into NASCAR. And he's going to get the move if he wants it. Oh, doesn't get it done in NASCAR. Left hook. And he will, with just a little bit cleaner exit. Oh, doesn't quite slam the door, but does on the right-hander. And that's a position for Dakota Knapp. 6th place.
Took a couple corners, but Dakota Knapp goes to 6th place. Side by side with Valhalla Motorsports' Clayton Davis for a few corners there. Basically turn 1 through to the S's. Decent effort.
You always see seen here what happened to Balthazar Motorworks. They were on the inside at left hook, and I'm not even sure there was contact there. It was close, but it just jumps that inside curb, and they get close, but ends up facing the wrong way and carries on.
Not to be confused with Spinny Boys Gold here in 2nd.
I was going to say, David Barkley's starting to look a little racy. What are we thinking for pit windows here today?
I
guess to phrase it
more than an hour.
Yeah, they've got these big old tanks on them. I'm wondering, is there I haven't driven the GR86 for a long stint in a while. How do the tires do? Any idea? We're going to discover with the teams today.
We're going to discover with the team. It's partly cloudy at the moment. You may have noticed the sun sort of coming and going, and the track temperature also moving around a lot as that happens. Not really with much inertia to it. The cloud comes over, the track drops to 110 or maybe even 105. The sun comes back out, it raises up to where it is now, almost 120 Fahrenheit. So it's moving around track temperature and surface wise at the moment.
Yeah, starting to see some of that variable cloud cover that we were expecting. Again, just another lift off there. Drivers playing it smart. Starting to see more and more folks learning their way to managing an endurance race in the simulator. Not going to have as many mechanicals, but pretty easy to stuff it in a wall when you're out here. Well, hard on this track in particular, but easy in general. Key is staying in contact. And things have stabilized in terms of gap to the front. Paul Darling still holding an 8-second gap. Second, third, and fourth. Spinny Boys, Heartland, Frosted Sprinkles, and Nyland all within a second. Eight seconds away from the lead. And then another 4 seconds or so, and we've got our next little group that starts to form up.
The lap times for these race cars are pretty quick, given that their straight line speeds aren't so much. So they're doing a lot in the braking and corners. Up front is where the fastest lap of the race belongs, with Gatsu Raining Rubber Rapids Paul Darling almost leading by 10 seconds, but not just yet. From that trio back there, Spinny Boys Gold, Heartland Autosports, Frosted Sprinkles, and Nyland Motorsport. And then Hungry Geckos in 5th. Had been a little bit back through the field, worked their way back to 5th, and then left the rest of them behind. So Heartland Autosport Shock Chip with Valhalla Motorsports went side by side through turn 1 and some. Not too many laps ago.
These two are having a good time, I'd say. Looking like the kind of racing you find at ChampCar. Finding that little bit extra and then pushing the guy who was ahead of you. We'll need an audience poll of what we think of brown rims on that chocolate chip car.
It's pink rims on the Frosted Sprinkles, so there's decisions to be made. Sennheiser Racing Team and Slowed Expectations, who actually, now I clock the paint scheme, are clearly racing a Toyota Matrix.
Ah, that's what it is.
The Toyota Matrix was manufactured in Cambridge, Ontario.
Yeah, back when we had factories. Everyone's country likes to complain about the loss of the manufacturing jobs, you know.
Oh, the Pontiac Vibe was assembled in California, so they shared a lot of design elements, but not a factory or production line.
Well, I can tell you that a GR86 looks an awful lot like a couple other cars.
So this is Spinny Boys Green finding a couple more positions to try to get back into this race. Having passed Spinny Boys Yellow in Legitimate Racing earlier, they're now up to this next group of Sennheiser Racing Team in black and purple and Slowed Expectations in Matrix. There's actually a name for that. It's like data waterfall or something. I believe in the original film, the cascading waterfall of data was actually a cooking recipe.
Seeing a moment here, between that's the chocolate chip car and their loyal battler, Clayton Davis, who was in competition with them for a while. That's a triangle that closes, folks. Can't really go to the apex there at the oak tree. Doesn't quite have room.
So the Valhalla Motorsports car keeps running in 7th, just ahead of where Spinny Boys Green, I think, it just make 2 spots off of the hog pen. Ahead of Slowed Expectations, ahead of Sennheiser Racing Team, and up into 8th now.
Yeah, made their way around pretty quickly there. This is, of course, that green car that got had a little incident in left NASCAR there, actually, a little bit earlier. They've been showing some decent pace, though. Solid 208s. These BRZs, despite being made of plastic, are pretty sturdy vehicles, we've discovered. So even a little bit of bumper rubbing won't damage them too much.
They're indeed built pretty tough. You see Island Motorsport just a tiny bit off the back of this group now for second and third, where there is going to be just a little bit of pushing happening. And Hungry Geckos have just been eating into it as well. From fifth, taking a couple of tenths out, getting back towards the battle for second, third, fourth.
Yeah, Federation's been closing it down. He had to take or had that spin earlier. Knocked him out of that race, but seems to have a little bit of pace on these folks. Might be assisted by some of the lift and coast going on in this further up pack.
Personal best from Hungry Geckos that lap at 2:07.8. Only 3 tenths away from the fastest lap of the race to this point. And the track is still getting toastier for the moment as well.
Yeah, currently 121 Fahrenheit.
Wait till after sunset to walk your dog. When do you walk your dogs? Do you walk your dogs? Do they got to go get walked?
They're Shih Tzus, so they do pretty well running around the backyard. But when they do come out, it's early morning or late evening, because they're also Shih Tzus, so they don't breathe so good in the heat. You know, got those refined snouts.
You're not the kind to go to those sort of meetups or events where many owners of the same breed of dog all get together and you're like, wow, that is 10,000 golden retrievers in a field.
I tend to stick to, wow, that's 10,000 Miatas all in one parking lot kind of meetups, you know.
Okay.
10,000 might be overstatement, but, you know, go make friends with greasy strangers in the garage.
It's my favorite food truck posted that they are going to be at Long Dog Festival.
Ooh.
Great for all of the owners of sausage dogs, dash hounds, whatever other things count as long dogs.
Ah, see, and now I would have thought it was a hot dog eating competition. It's a good thing I didn't know.
How many can you eat? One before getting arrested.
Danger.
Yeah. Good luck finding a bakery that's going to make hot dog buns that fit one, because you're going to need like 4 little holes out the bottom for their little legs.
Okay, fun fact, because we're off in La La Land here. The local professional football team has, and up here in Canada we play the American style football with some tweaks so that it's the Canadian style. But it serves yard dogs, which are 3-foot-long hot dogs with a specialized bun that you can only eat by disturbing the people in the row in front of you. It is very entertaining. Pro tips: never let your friends take pictures of you while you're eating that, because they can use it against you for decades.
You just got to commit to it. If you're nursing a hot dog, you look silly. But if you just get in there, get the job done,
Just gobble it.
no problems.
That's what
Yeah.
they say. Yeah. Measured pace here still from this group. Still losing a few tenths, 5 tenths actually last time by was how much Federation was able to make up. he still needs another 2 seconds, I'd say, maybe one more second to get into the draft.
We can get some live reaction to this actually as well. As Kirill Bondar from Heartland Autosport Frosted Sprinkle joins us. Exciting race, but a long way to go for you guys right now.
Hey guys, yeah, definitely. And I think the anxiety is building with those clouds coming in. So we're starting to think about that. And watching Paul build that 12-second gap, we'll see how that goes when the rain comes in.
You're one of many teams that have opted to go for 3 drivers for today's race. What factors into that for you guys?
Oh, well, we've been doing a lot of practice leading up to this, and driving in the rain, it takes a toll, and especially with what we are seeing here as far as the forecast goes. So I think that just from a mental focus, energy standpoint, you kind of get drained looking for the dry line and then trying to navigate it, especially in a race situation. If you have a car in front of you, all that mist coming off. So I think it will just be a good thing to have those breaks for us, and hopefully leads to a better result.
What's the best color of Frosted Sprinkle?
Well, it's got to be the rims, right? You guys were discussing it earlier. The story there is actually Dave Barkley, who's driving right now. His nickname apparently in real life is Sparkles, but Sprinkles was the closest we could get to for a cookie.
Is it his sparkling personality?
Well, maybe it's his story to tell.
I'm curious to know. We were speculating a bit earlier. What's the early line on pit strategy? Is this thing going to do an hour and a half on a tank?
Yeah, so we thought about that coming in, and we kind of, I would say, underprepared a little bit, but at the same time I feel like that may be a good thing for us because we'll just react to what's happening out there. The time jumped a little bit when the race started, and that kind of threw a little bit of a wrinkle into the initial plans. I'll give you, I don't think it's too revealing. Like initially, we were thinking about, okay, let's do some fuel saving on the first stint, see how long we can go, and then base off of where we are and what our fuel numbers look like, make a decision whether we early stop and stay on the dries, and then switch to wets. But at the moment, I would say things have changed, and I feel like we'll be able to last on this stint, go long, and then make a decision for what tires we put on when the rain comes in, which is about 37 minutes away.
Hard to say. Kind of depends on what the clouds decide to do.
Yep. Sticking the hand out, waiting for those drops.
Yeah, exactly. You ever done any wet laps around here?
Yeah.
Outside of practice, I mean?
So VIR is actually my home track. One of them. I'm Virginia based, so I've done VIR in real life in the rain.
You were here for the monsoon then?
It was like September of last year, or actually no, sorry, it was March of last year that I did some wet laps, and it was my first time at VIR myself. So it was a great way to learn the track, and my instructor goes, "Hey, first time at VIR, great. You'll learn all the painted surfaces really quick," and that was definitely the case.
How's it compare to your practice?
Practice has been interesting. So I feel like VIR is one of those tracks where it evolves quickly. The dry line, the dry line or the race line gets slick quite quickly. So you kind of have to navigate between, I would say, 2 to 3 different lines early on, but then it really just becomes one as those puddles form. And in my mind, it's the hog pen is just you're threading the needle every lap, and I feel like that's going to be a very exciting and a very challenging obstacle for all the teams out there to navigate as more rain comes in, as those rivers start flowing, how to navigate it, how to adjust your braking points and kind of manage that weight transfer in the hog pen.
Yeah, that's definitely a key corner for getting that run down. Federation's found his way back up onto the rear bumper of your group. How are you feeling about your pace relative this little battle pack you've got for the podium?
Yeah, it's we've been keeping an eye on it. We were hoping that our sister car Dakota would be able to catch up as well, and we would form this kind of pack behind Paul. Well, I really think it's a long race. We've kind of gotten into a rhythm. Maybe the rhythm is a little bit off where we want it to be, but we've been kind of on comms with David saying, okay, let's just play it safe, run the race, get into the rain, and then really see what equalizer that rain becomes.
Was I hearing correctly a little bit of lift and coast out of that car?
Well, it's like, do we really want to be racy right now, or do we want to save that for later? And I think right now it's a little bit of play it safe, maybe fuel safe, yep, because that definitely, it all adds up, right? This is a 6-hour race. It's not a 30-minute sprint or a 45-minute sprint. So we're here for the long haul, and hopefully those seconds, half a second, they all add up in the end.
Yeah, they tend to. What do you race in the real world?
So I'm a BMW guy, BMW M4. Currently, I have the G82, but I'm actually, thankfully, I've been lucky, and my dream came true this summer. I bought a F82, so the prior generation of an M4, and it's being currently converted into a proper track car. So I'll be picking that up and actually doing a shakedown at VIR in September for a BMW CCA event, and we'll go from there.
Beauty. Fun cars to drive, I bet. I haven't driven any of the new generation ones.
Oh, they're impressive with, especially like with, well, for me, street car, all-wheel drive, 510 horsepower, and then really a lot of aid in the hairpins when you apply that power.
Yeah, I believe it. I bet you it'd be a handful to drive on a rainy day, potentially, with that much power.
Yeah, and that much weight.
Yeah. Should be good times. And you're tracking that F82, you said?
Yep, I've tracked the G82 and the F82, and they're very different cars. One is much twitchier, lighter. The other one is heavier, more power, and the way you adjust to it, of course, it's interesting. And I'm a novice, I would say. I'm not an advanced or an expert driver here, but for me, it's just enjoying the car for what it's meant to do. And tracks like VIR really are impressive at kind of showcasing what these cars that we can buy that are street legal, what they can do on a controlled course.
Yeah, it's definitely something different. That's for sure. Doesn't compare to the to the Geo Metros of old. Lots of speedy cars out there on the road today. And have you done any racing in the ChampCar series in the real world?
No, I have not. It's my first time doing anything with ChampCar in this enduro. You guys may, you guys may recognize some of our names from Spec 5, Miata.
Oh yeah.
League. So looking forward to that starting up again at some point. But yeah, first time with ChampCar. Definitely learning a lot, and who knows, maybe soon.
I say with the Heartland guys, I don't know, maybe if you guys win, are you planning to make an appearance anywhere?
In real world, like real
Yeah,
racing. I think so, but we haven't really committed to anything at this point.
gotta build it up. It takes a while to make a good program go. If you were waving the magic wand, what's the track? Where would you want to go?
Road America. I think that's my kind of bucket list right now.
That's a wicked fast track. That's on my list for sure. High up there. You know what I've just noticed? I've just spotted a little twinkle of blue.
We're just looking at the weather radar.
Might have to send you back to that pit wall to go check your hand out the
Oh yeah.
lane.
Yeah, we'll get the umbrellas ready to go.
Why is it you always got to check for the rain with your palm up, with your hand out? The back of your hand can get wet too. What's with that?
Oh, that is an interesting debate, and I wonder which one is more sensitive.
I'm gonna walk right past the sensitive hands question and keep on going.
You know, David. Maybe it's what does the sky give, and you put out your palm, and the sky gives you water.
Oh, you're just waving up to the big guy. It's one of those.
Yep.
Thanks so much for stopping by, and we'll chat, I'm sure, with someone Heartland Autosport again later on. But you guys have got 2 cars, 3 drivers for each by the looks of things. So thanks for coming out and supporting ChampCar iRacing.
Thank you so much. Pleasure.
Kirill Bondar is one of the registered drivers coming up for Heartland Autosport Frosted Sprinkle. And they are in the middle of it right now. Hungry Geckos caught the group, moved ahead of Nyland Motorsport, and looking like they're not in a in a mind to stick around too long. Gotta wait this one out, and the weather radar does show that some rain in about half an hour out, so it's no longer a hypothetical. You can sort of see it, track it, expect it soonish.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting once the water starts falling here. Curious to see. Paul Darling's been working his butt off at the front of the field, trying to build that gap. He's got it all the way out to 15 seconds now. And then the next 4 all in a row. Have a feeling that things might shake up because I've been out here in the rain. I think you have some laps here in the rain in the real world, maybe.
Not.
No, we've lost Haynes. He went got that Australia internet kicking out again. Oh, you're back.
It's Discord because I dropped nothing from the iRacing server, but your beautiful face freezes up. And then I realize I've been talking to a brick wall. Very few of our drivers been talking to any of the walls because all 13 that started are still running. No one has yet made an appearance on pit lane yet either in almost an hour of running. And perhaps the weather is going to be the first thing to force teams to pit lane. Still a super toasty track, but that could drop very, very quickly when water begins to fall from the sky. Nyland Motorsport are going to have to be careful here because they're just starting to fall away from Spinny Boys Gold, Heartland Autosport's Frosted Sprinkles, and Hungry Geckos. They were right with them in that sort of second and third for a long while. And just getting a sense that the pace is picking up a little bit from Tyler Agostino, David Barkley, and indeed from Dennis Federation as well. Could leave Navarro behind if they're not careful. Geckos all over Heartland through the roller coaster and the hog pen. And on to the pit straight, the front straight. They go in third and fourth, a couple car lengths back off second place, Spinny Boys Gold. Heading towards turn one, the Geckos are going to look to the inside. Heartland Autosport are going to roll out of the throttle very early, and Dennis Federation takes the Hungry Geckos to third place.
Surprised to see Navarro dropping off a little bit at this point. Just hanging way back.
Well, almost back with them now, but was a little bit further back earlier, and it was, I guess, concerning if your plan was to, run with this group for the next while. Geckos aren't hanging around because they're now all over Spinny Boys Gold for second, heading up the hill through the S's.
You get an idea just how blind South Bend is when you're real close to a car ahead. Dropping away. Such a fun corner. Navarro kind of making up some ground in the slower spots, but just barely tagging onto the back. Speaking of cars getting close together, Ron Wolf and the Spinny Boys green car is getting almost a push from Logan Sennhauser in that Sennhauser racing car. He's for 8th and 9th place on the track. Two of them have been getting closer together for a few laps.
Yeah, the Spinny Boys green car got ahead a little while ago, didn't it? But it's still there just in front of Sennhauser Racing Team, and about 8 seconds behind the next car for position, the Heartland Autosports Chocolate Chip and Valhalla Motorsports. So they can see them up the straight and know there they are. There's the next spots in the race.
And the seeing part is important because that visibility might go away here if this rain comes in too hard.
Seeing is believing. Hungry Geckos have gotten to second place ahead of Spinny Boys Gold. So from 5th place just a couple of laps ago, Dennis Federation, an hour into this race, starting to hammer on with it.
Well, and Federation did show some good pace all on his own. If he still has that pace out in front of this group, then I could imagine a world where he starts to drag it back towards Paul Darling in the first place car. That battling's got them back to 17.5 seconds now behind Darling. And just about everyone on track is involved in some sort of battle. The Heartland Autosports Chocolate Chip car is now back engaged with Clayton Davis and that Valhalla Motorsports car. We saw them make contact a little bit earlier while Davis, I believe, was attempting an overtake and got Davis facing the wrong way, but he's managed to track them back down.
It was a big squeeze at the oak tree, wasn't it?
Yeah. Luckily, no oak tree on the inside to cause excess damage.
They know where the headlight flashing button is. Clayton Davis, that's another modification for this car. There's a headlight flashing button on the wheel. You don't have to reach for the stalk behind and flick that around. So it's a true race car, and we're going to see them race each other.
I mean, it's not just the stock just wobbling and causing that.
No, it seems pretty intentional to me from Clayton Davis, Valhalla Motorsports, alongside the Chocolate Chip Heartland Autosport car. Braking zone of roller coaster. Heartland roll out of it, and Valhalla Motorsports go into 6th place. Two laps in a row now, Paul Darling has reset the fastest lap of the race. So he went to a 207.4, then he went to a 207.3, and he's zipping along as we've an hour complete now what started off as a very hot racetrack has a bit of rain in the next 15 minutes. Now, on a day with a high track temperature but a moderate air temperature, I don't think it takes much rain to really take some heat out of the racing surface.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where the crossover point is with a lighter rain cooling down the track, because that cooler track will have some more grip to it to a certain point. Haven't seen a lot of sort of these cars transitioning yet from wet track to dry track and back.
So having a look, because it's coming from the west, the first places it's going to hit is Hog Pen and Roller Coaster.
That'll be exciting. Speaking of exciting, Chocolate Chip is right on the bumper of Clayton Davis once again. Davis actually ran it through South Bend a little extra hard, put 2 wheels off on the exit. That can make you pay the price if you're not careful. Got away with one there.
No return flash of the headlights. Couldn't tell you if there was. There's the Choc Chip edition.
Good push down the back straight. They came in fast. I think that was 126 from both of them. Most of the other drivers hitting 124, 25. Solo 122.
To open up a massive can of worms here, but I can only think of 2 foods I'd really want to put sprinkles on, and I can think of 100 I'd want to put Choc Chips on.
Okay, list your sprinkle foods.
Ice cream sundae.
Okay.
Yeah, donut, yeah.
Not a birthday cake?
No.
Well, that's the wrong take, but there's lots of
Choc
good
chips
on cake.
could go, in cookies, on ice cream.
On a race car.
Yeah, all sorts of options there. I wonder what our best camera is facing towards the west. It's the driver's left at the moment. So if you were looking across the water tower, you might get an idea. It's the second, third, fourth, fifth place. But Paul Darling continues to be metronomic and rapid. So his race lead is out to almost 20 seconds with some weather on the way at VIR.
Yeah, he's really just crushing the field through a few sectors. 207.4 on average over the last 5. Heck, over the last 15 at this rate. And teams starting to opt to stay in line. Seeing a lot of pushing down the back straight, a little bit less fighting.
Check up at the apex of the turn 1 hairpin. And it has all brought Island Motorsport back into the show, so they are a part of the pack, not falling off the tail of it no more.
Dennis Federici looking quick at the front of the pack there, pulling people along. Not making up ground, but definitely running a faster pace than before.
I think we are now just 5 to 10 minutes away from some rain.
Yeah, the forecast looks ominous, that's for sure.
It's moving quickly.
Yeah, a mild start, but it's flying in.
Right now, all 13 cars that started the race running, all 13 on the lead lap for the moment.
And an hour and 10 minutes into the race, had some drivers saying an hour and a half on fuel. Ish. So can he stretch this tank long enough to get to the crossover point? Can you not?
You'd say so at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just not sure how much the water's going to stick on the track. It's hot out there. I wouldn't be surprised to see it boiling off. Depending on how hard it comes down. Surprised that no one's made a box for me to put my hand in that will drip the correct amount of precipitation onto it so I can mount to my desk. Come on, sim racers, let's go.
Wow, yeah, I'm not sure that one's going to be quite as big stellar as the like wind machines and stuff.
Yeah, not bad. Maybe it's just a mister that gets hooked up into the wind machine.
Colin Furs did one where you get shot in whatever the game is and like pyrotechnics go off.
That's the stuff we really need. Sim racers always looking for the next level, you know. The pace of this whole group has really packed up, though. 207 heats for most of these folks now. Cars are getting a little lighter on fuel. They're starting to push a little harder. And I'm really excited to see how the waterfall, how close it looks to the real thing. Track starting to look a little overcast. And this thunderstorm may have affected the internet of our beloved Australian caster. I think he's making his way back. Things are going smooth though. Still now 20 seconds between first place and the next 4 drivers. And then another 20 seconds or so back to 6th and 7th place, 10 seconds back to 8th and 9th. It's wild though that despite the big differentials in pace, virtually everyone just running together out here.
These cars do feel a bit magnetic to each other, especially on a higher speed racetrack. So yeah, you do have that. We've got lots of just little groups of cars running together. So then the trick for a long race like this becomes, you know, running with other cars in a way that gains you time rather than costs you time. Flick through a few of them there. Like Valhalla leading Heartland Autosport Choc Chip. Spinny Boys Green not able to leave Sennhauser Racing Team behind at the moment. Yeah, the skies are a lot darker. They're officially mostly cloudy rather than partly cloudy, according to the meteorologists that iRacing have trapped inside.
It is kind of funny, how you can just kind of see the edge of the sky in some of these shots. iRacing does spend a lot of energy modeling the sky, that makes it really pretty and really active as it transitions.
The stars, I think, are accurate based on the coordinates of the racetrack and the time of year.
I heard they had to slow down the plane. Was it Daytona? It was coming in pretty hot.
Oh yes. Yeah.
Everything for the simulation, Now,
gear down, check. Flaps, check. 500 knots on final approach, check.
Turn your radio to the wrong frequency and hear the airport. We still got to work on that. I'm a little curious. I feel like rather than getting closer to the guys ahead, I'd be dropping back if I was Nyland at this point. Just because when they find the rain, it's better to be the fourth guy to find the rain rather than the first guy to find the rain. Just starting to see it on the zoomed in track map. This can't be more than 5 minutes or so away.
I mean, you can feel it coming in the air tonight. It's darker and gloomier out there. There's some deep bits to the sky, and it's up here at the top of the hill at the roller coaster where I think they're going to get it first. Look at those clouds in the background. Those are looking very precipitous. An occasion can be precipitous. Can a cloud?
Well, I'm going to go with it.
Rain event, aka a precipitous occasion, is what we're not far away from. Still with an eye on the weather there. Wind pretty moderate, I'll be honest, for it bringing some clouds across.
Yeah, it's been moving slow enough.
Island Motorsport were just a bit wide there, and they are going to get back in line behind Heartland Autosport, Spinny Boys Gold and Hungry Geckos. Oh, I see rain. Wipers are on. It's coming. The track temperature dropping rapidly. The thing that I'm looking at says rain 4%, wet 0%. So it's coming down increasingly, but it hasn't soaked into the track yet.
Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of heat out on the track. Less though now, already down to 113 and dropping. But until that track cools off a bit, I don't think we'll see the water pooling out here. That's for sure. Paul Darling's coming for his first trip out to the roller coaster. We'll see how the leader of the race handles what is currently the wetter end of the track.
Yeah, I think it's Hogpen in the front straight at the moment getting the most. You can see some coming down. You can see that track temperature taking a rapid dive. I'm led to believe that's measured in the pit lane. And so that's where some of the rain is falling at the moment, from 125 to 105 Fahrenheit very, very quickly. 103 as I say it. The rain here in Hogpen and on the pit straight, it's where it's coming first, where it's getting heaviest first. Your race leader thinks there's a little bit on the windshield, but it's not enough to make a tyre change just yet. Paul Darling continues on the racetrack. I'd say that's the right call for at least one more lap.
Yeah, it might be. Looked pretty thick there at a roller coaster that time. The drops are visible now.
Everyone's got their wipers going, bit of spray coming off the tyres.
That's Nyland Motorsport hitting the pit lane, opting for the rain tires right away. Or at least to stop. We'll see what they go on to.
So we could see a driver change here as well from Andre Navarro back to one of the qualifying drivers, Lincoln Fox. They're heading down the lane looking for where their crew are at underneath the tower.
Seeing some slowdown.
Those tyres, are going to have to go on, and it is a driver change from Nyland Motorsport to Lincoln Fox and 2 wet tyres, of course.
Ooh, and we're seeing a little bit of a replay here of Davis, who was ahead of the chocolate car. He gets it a little wrong, and it's easy to do up there. Right now it's wet. We got cars running wide in turn 1, 2. That was Logan Sennhauser ahead of Davis now, running real wide. And they are kicking up a tail. Cars losing lots of times, nearly 10 seconds lost in the final sector there for Valhalla with that off.
A couple of other cars hitting the lane right now. Spinny Boys Green are going to change to John Combs.
And Autosports Frosted Sprinkle guys wishing that the south pit lane was open with how loose they were through Oak Tree that time. We're seeing Balthazar Motorworks hitting the lane as well. Sliding it through there, driving it with the right foot. Lots of spray coming off the cars. Oh, and Federation's having a hard time getting it turned.
It's the car in second place. The leader is on the lane. Gatsu Raining Rubber Rapids. Well, they are going to need their rain rubber right now. Look at the challenge of this part of the lap, and it's off the road for second place. It's off the road for third place. It's sideways from fourth. A lap ago, it was too dry. Now it's far, far too wet, and they're all heading.
Geckos keep it going. They've carried on. No rain tires for them. Lost 10 seconds that time by, or yeah, that lap by. And I wonder, maybe they've got a fuel number in mind.
That's an odd decision given how wet the racetrack is. Everyone else is going to their wet tires, going to refuel, and also going for driver changes as well. Still see Paul Darling in the race leading, what was the race leading car for the moment. And Heartland Autosport go to Tyler Kvetko. Spinny Boys Gold go to Brooks Clayton. I think that's a change. Dakota Knapp into the chocolate chip car. Valhalla Motorsports are in the lane now as well. You've got a few cars still out there on some slick tyres, but for the most part, they're hitting pit entry.
Yeah, it's coming down plenty hard now. The track is getting very wet.
This is Dennis Federation on some slick tyres. That is a track that definitely looks wet. The car is behaving like that is a track that is quite wet. The track temperature is plummeted now that the water is pooling in all sorts of places. I suspect this car's going to get quite comprehensively undercut by those that went to wet tyres a lap ago because it doesn't want to stop, it doesn't want to turn. You can't put any power down, especially not on the wet concrete.
Yeah, you can see just barely the vaguest outline of what might be a dry line, but it's going away rapidly.
This is the only car left not on the wet weather tyres.
And even the ones on the dry weather tires are having to tiptoe around right now. Sun's peeking back through though all of a sudden. Ooh. Rally racing there.
We looked at some of the onboards earlier on and there was very little wheel movement going on. But now there's a lot of wheel movement going on in the wet weather. Hungry Geckos make it to the lane eventually. Katsu Raining Rubber Rapids will go back through in not too long. Still looks tough, but it's a lot easier when you've got the right equipment.
Well, and you can see the rain racing lines popping out. So Darling getting well off the apexes. Wonder if he knows. In the middle of the track, tending towards the high side of the straightaway. Out here, the straightaway has a little bit of a camber to it, but it's on the left-hand side where the highest point is. Sometimes a little bit more traction available there.
Hungry Geckos are being pretty significantly undercut by some of those other cars that stopped earlier. They take quite a short stop here, though. Less fuel than some of the others. An interesting call. Still sees them get undercut by Spinny Boys Gold. Heartland Autosport going to come through as well. Island Motorsports 10 seconds back off of all of this.
Hasn't looked comfortable, despite coming in that lap earlier. Has not looked comfortable in the rain, that Nyland car. Lincoln Fox hopped in at the pit stop. Finding the grip again. Maybe we'll stay with Lincoln here for a bit as we go through NASCAR. You see him just slide right across the racing line. But the through the S's here in the real world, you get some real nasty pooling on the inside of the apexes. And I'm curious to see if it's there. No puddles yet at the apexes, so the track is definitely wet, but it's not waterlogged just yet. Oh, we've got a spinner. That's the Frosted Sprinkle car. Sideways in the S's, going the right way. And this was an exciting moment. Holy. Turns into that right-hander, and the front end is just not there. Car goes away, and Tyler Kvetko does a good job. Fresh into that car, second lap in, and keeps the point in the right way, keeps it off the Marshall stand that's waiting for anyone who gets it wrong.
Feel like I've seen that one before.
Mm-hmm.
Gets going again in the 4th place. Gecko's back to 3rd, just ahead of Nyland at the moment.
They're 2:27 I'm seeing from the leader last time by. They were running 2:07s 10 minutes ago.
Spinny Boys Green, though, quick at the moment. We'll see a couple more flying laps come across, see which teams have got good wet weather pace, which of the new drivers that have recently joined the race are most equipped for the conditions.
Yeah, normally you're looking for a hot shoe in a race car, but today you're looking for a wet shoe. Who knows their way around this track in rubber boots? Rain's falling harder again on the front straightaway. Watching Spinny Boys Green go up the hill, but it's wet on the other end of the track.
Rate that shot.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Leaders beginning to find a little more of their pace, though, so to a 2:23 instead of a 2:27 from Gatsu Raining Rubber Rapids. So Paul Darling's found a little bit more confidence out of all of that. We'll see if some of the others look to improve on these laps as well, though.
Federation's putting pressure on the Spinny Boys Gold car, piloted by Brooks Clayton. Federation, of course, pitted a lap late, lost nearly a minute, we'd think, just looking at the stopwatches, maybe 20-30 seconds. Ooh, making it work. You can tell how loose it is going up the S's. And this is really sketchy in the dry. That speed is it's terrifying. And Federation closing up on Cameron Sennhauser, lapped car. The conditions just getting worse and worse out there. So who's got the pace in the rain? That's the question. 2:23 last time by for Gazoo Racing, fastest we've seen since the water started coming down. Gazoo Raining Rubber. John Combs with a quick one last time by, 2:26.8. and that's in 7th place.
Definitely a little bit quicker than some of the cars ahead. So catching Heartland Autosport, Chalk Chip catching Nyland Motorsport.
And there was a group of cars there. I think Brooks Clayton, Federation, Sennhauser, I think all of them might have tried. Oh no, it's just the ruts in the mud outside of Hogpen that are catching me out. And they seem to be right in the middle of this storm.
Federation in second there is about to catch Sennhauser Racing Team to put them a lap down. This is Nyland Motorsport's Lincoln Fox in the hog pen. Looping it.
Gets it going again. Just enough tread on those tires. And you feel like these are intermediates when you need an extreme wet though. Just from watching it. Ooh, and Federation's really close on the bumper of Sennhauser. Puddles starting to form at the apexes here, and it can be scary on those things. One side of the car truly hydroplaning, Sennhauser ducking to the right, letting both these drivers by. And this time at the S's, what does Federation have? Getting a picture here from Darling. I think he has a bit of an issue. Yeah, into South Bend. Oh, and he tries to save it. Lots of car control, but not quite enough. Federation makes it through the same section without losing time.
Takes about 7 seconds out of the race lead. Puts it back to similar to how it was before the rains came. You're looking at second and third.
And that's why you build up a gap like that, is you're hoping it holds. Sunny on the pit lane again, but ugly on the backside. This track is a sprawling facility.
It's one of those circuits that's pretty long, but it's not folded in on itself much at all. It is very sort of out and back to the oak tree, which means sort of turn one's a long way from where Oak Tree is at the very, very far end. And well, Road America is an even longer lap. It's in a bit of a paperclip shape there, so no one part of the circuit is really all that far away from the rest.
Federation's got the secrets. He's staying up on the high part of the track on the left before the line. At a certain point, there's enough water on the track where the racing line becomes the preferred line, even though it's slicker, because everything's so slick. Darling cost himself, looks like, about 8 seconds on that last lap with that little spin. I think that's about what we guessed at the time. Federation knows his way around a pair of galoshes, though. He's doing pretty good out in this ever wetter track.
Yeah, there's just 2 cars that still have the starting driver in, and it's first and second place. So Paul Darling for Gatsu Raining Rubber Rapids and Dennis Federation for Hungry Geckos. Right now, everyone else has gone to a driver change at that stop.
And you can see how sketchy the upper S has become with those puddles at the apex. Oh, Clayton's running wide. He caught it at South Bend in the background there. You see it here. He turns in and front end just does not stick. He does a good job getting it slowed down.
Consistently and consistency super challenging in these conditions. Everyone was relatively consistent in the dry, but lap to lap feels a lot different in these conditions. The rain is a little patchy in places, so it might, well, while it doesn't sort of completely stop raining, the intensity of it varies slightly lap to lap. And then plenty of it's getting displaced as well by all the cars out there.
And it is, everyone is on pins and needles out there. We got Tyler Kvetko making a pass at the inside of Cameron Stenhauser. That's for a lap, not for a position on track. And Kvetko looking pretty consistent, 227, 3 laps in a row, all within a few tenths of each other. And who we got here?
Have a look at Slowered Expectations, Orlando Herald. Oh, that's looking like a really difficult corner at the moment.
Yeah, Bill Woods and Balthazar Motorworks car had a similar spin coming out of the top of the SS2. I'm having flashbacks. This is wet weather out here. It's wild. Slowered Expectations having more issues potentially. No, staying on track. But really showing off how slick it is. And at parts of this track, it really kind of is the one-line track. It makes it difficult. When I was out here, I found I like to stay on the racing line through Hogpen, maybe cheat even more on the inside apex, the Hogpen. Stay left down the front straight. We're seeing this is, who I got there? That's the blue and black car of Sennhauser Racing, who had another issue in South Bend. Not a lot of mechanical grip out there right now, Haynes.
No, and that looks like one of the corners where you can't really modify your line too much. You're turning in from a pretty slippery place at the top of the hill.
I think finding the consistency is going to be key. 226 last time by from Federici. Darling does the same. 226.5 from both of them. So the leaders still have some pace out in this. Still separating themselves.
And here's Spinny Boys Green, who've taken 2 seconds out of Heartland Shock Chip last lap. So if they did that again this lap, they'd definitely be in front because they're closer than that as it runs right now.
They're getting real close, but there's a lot of spray. I don't know if we got that on board, but they're probably not seeing much from the cockpit. Yeah, you can see. You can see some of those puddles really clearly from the onboard too. If you get your tire in that, you're just hydroplane, aquaplaning, having a bad old time. Inside edge here from John Combs. I like that line. And I remember seeing cars spin out on this part of the track during the 24 a few years back when it was real wet. Just trying to get on the throttle. Guys couldn't keep it in a straight line. If this rain gets much more intense, we might see some of that today. We'll see. Deep on the brakes.
Spray's not an issue now. Spinny Boys Green go ahead into 6th place down the inside of the hairpin at turn 1 on Heartland Autosports.
It's hard times for Lincoln Fox right now. At the pace John Combs and Beaver here are running, we're going to see them catch Lincoln Fox in that Nyland Motorsport car in a few more laps. About 15 seconds between them, but those are melting away rather rapidly.
Clear evidence of some puddling water around the curbs there through the S's. And this has been the trouble spot for many.
bright side, if you're a strategist, they're using a little bit less fuel in these kinds of conditions. So could very well be in a place where you could get a 2-hour stint out of one of these cars. Real advantage being able to do that in the ChampCar series, real world and virtual.
Large variety of lines remaining in search of grip as the rain continues to fall. Ooh, that's not quick from John Combs. Now he's got Aaron Beaver all over him once again.
Yeah, those battles that were a little bit quieter before are getting hot again. Cars get back together after the pit cycle. They're brave down the front straightaway, foot to the floor, both of them. A little deep here, under brakes from Aaron Beaver. As we're watching the drivers cycle around here, worth mentioning, this race does follow the ChampCar series rules, so 2-hour driver max stints, as well as the ChampCar points rules. So finishing first will take all your scores through the season, and lowest number wins. So the Hungry Geckos, they know that. They got a 1, they got a 2. They're hoping to turn it into another good finish here to try and lock up that points championship.
This would be good rain for the oak tree if it was still there. But instead you've just got to look at all the rest of the grass, the rest of the forest. Perhaps some of the camping areas getting a little sodden through all of this.
I want iRacing to give me the fantasy option to just check a box and I get a graphical oak tree, even if there's no collision there. With the modern runoff, of course.
Holographic oak tree.
Ooh. VIR might be doing that for real, so you know.
Still watching 6th and 7th. They're the closest cars out on track right now, and you see there's positives and negatives to being the following car. The negative is all of that spray right now. The positive is when you see them take a line, get sideways, and you go, no, that's not it. I'll go wider than them. I'll just do something different other than them.
Oh, and they're
it's
getting
turn
close
1.
Together. That was scary under braking there. I think the scariest thing for me is that I'm seeing yellower and yellower patches to the radar coming up. Watching now with Spinny Boys yellow. And they've had an issue in Hogpen. Not the first ones we've seen do that. Try and snap it around for a J turn.
Yeah, I give the J turn about a 4 out of 10 there, because you could see it could have been better, but it could have been worse.
The trick to a really clean J turn is you got to turn it one way a little bit, get it loaded up, and then snap it back the other way. That initial flick beforehand makes a big difference.
Next time I'm, say, trying to get away from having robbed a bank or something, I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah. Easy to say from up here. Bet you there wasn't a lot of front end grip available all of a sudden with that car rolling backwards. Either way, that is reinvigorated the battle between green and chocolate chip, I believe. Nope, that hasn't had any impact on that battle at all. But the battle between green and chocolate chip is still running.
Yeah, it was yellow who went around, and I think they lost a spot to legitimate racing.
Doesn't look like it.
From that, on board with the only Toyota that you can bake at 375 degrees in a pan.
Now you can see the water. See the windshield wipers working hard too. There's a big old cell on the radar moving north of the track. Here's hoping that doesn't swing down and hit.
Yeah, just past 2 p.m. in the iRacing session at the moment. So close enough to US Eastern, but expecting the rain to clear up at about 4. So how heavy it is between now and then, couldn't tell you, but it will clear up before the checkered flag of the race. Let's take another look at another spinny boy. It's the Gold Machine of Brooks Clayton, and there is no grip on the inside line or on the grass on the way to Oak Tree, and they lost 3rd place. Your race leader is in.
This is interesting. This isn't fuel. It's got to be tires and driver.
Might just be about the timing of the driver, because Paul Darling is going to get out, and it's Thomas Twomey who can get in.
Well, and we know that Paul Darling is racing that GR86 Cup race today too, so maybe his double duty is calling him to another race. So we'll see what Thomas Twomey has.
Well, forget holographic oak trees, because apparently we're going for holographic liveries now. And that is, or was, the race leading car. And Thomas Twomey's brought a little more than just his helmet paint to the car as he's gotten in.
Weird.
That's a first for me,
I didn't
Devin.
think that was possible. But somehow he has gotten the whole backup car out of the trailer. It's been like a Formula E race. They've gone into the 10th and different cars come out.
And it's gone a little off the road. He does, of course, have wet tyres on, best I can tell here. Spinny Boys Green side by side with Heartland Autosports Choc Chip through turn 1. The grippy line should be around the outside with the Choc Chips, but Spinny Boys Green have their nose just in front for the moment. They're not far away from needing to put a lap on the Sennhauser Racing team as well, so this could get a bit complicated.
Knifing off the track there was John Combs as he cut across the apex, protecting the inside. Ooh. And it's hard to take that tight entry in the wet, the one that you want to take to defend. Combs wants to pass on the right, but there's not a lot of room to pass on the right. He makes it work. The track does get a step wider there as they go under the bridge, but it's an uncomfortable place to find yourself. I always found that passing on the left up the hill was a little bit easier. Gives you that inside line going into the S's, shorter run. Nicely balanced there by Combs through South Bend. We've seen so many people having trouble just keeping that stable load on the car.
Thinking Toyota have got a World Rally program, and they might be in need of some drivers. There's a few on offer here. Yeah, it's a big challenge. With that stop, Hungry Geckos go to the lead of the race from Heartland Autosport. Frosted Sprinkles from Spinny Boys Gold now in third. And Thomas Tromey got back out in the 4th place.
Yeah, looking pretty clean so far for Tromey. Had that little issue in NASCAR the first time. Does make a guy wonder if they went for fresh tires at that stop or no.
It's telling me they did.
Yeah. So I'm wondering how much of a difference it's going to make. Because they're pretty fresh tires for everyone at this point.
Still a significant difference of lines, but Spinny Boys Green and John Combs are ahead of Heartland Autosport's Choc Chips Aaron Beaver. And of course, beavers famously hate the sound of running water.
It's their biggest enemy. Mortal enemy, one could say. Got a couple beavers nearby. And the city likes to go and put up fencing around trees that they've already started chewing up. Seems a little late. Either way, beaver looking comfortable in the water. Hard to follow up the S's though. Whew.
Every lap, every corner an adventure.
Yeah, I was gonna say John Combs taking just a little bit more risk through those corners than Beaver is. You got to think you got a bit of an advantage with the draft. Don't have to push quite as hard in some of those portions of the track.
That's Lincoln Fox just up the road, and they're still catching. So, since Fox took over, car that was sort of right with 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th as the rain began, Nyland Motorsports haven't looked quite so great, and the average lap time a little slower than these two cars.
Well, and I think it bears saying that Lincoln Fox has nearly 5,000 iRating. It is tough conditions out there right now.
Those tough conditions include intensifying rain at the moment. The rain gauge has moved from 25% intensity up to about 35.
Yeah, and it can be hard to detect the variation while you're in the car.
Ever since the rain began, the lap times have been throughout the field sort of somewhere between 2 minutes 26 seconds and 2 minutes 30 seconds. You might see that get just a little bit slower now because the rain's pooling in more places, the track getting just a little more sodden.
People looking for grip in all the weirdest places.
Might move from being damp everywhere with water pooled up against the curbs to water pooling in a little more places. Spinny Boys Gold have gotten closer to 2nd place over the last few laps as well. So you're looking at Balthazar Motorworks just ahead of the 2nd place car, Heartland Autosports Frosted Flakes. Frosted Sprinkles, even.
For those wondering if this is realistic conditions for Virginia in August, Federation's making a move on the front straight, just past Orlando Herald. Happy to report 60% chance of rain next weekend at VIR. So you might get to go out and do something just like this in your ChampCar if you're a lucky boy or girl that wants to go. Those extra soft springs in these cars are probably helping out a little bit in these conditions.
And this is your race leader for the moment. Making reasonable enough progress through the wet, but it still looks challenging. Not afraid to splash through a couple of those puddles at the curbs through the lower S's, the first S's. And then heading uphill, it's a lot faster.
I remember hitting those things at speed and feeling the wheel try to jump out of my hands. I don't know. Rain's getting harder and harder though. Sealing guys really struggling. Keeping an eye on every feed around the track. It's an adventure in every corner for everyone.
It's something to say about almost every driver at the moment as well. Tyler Kvetko found a bit more pace on the last lap, staying about 3 seconds ahead of third. About to lap a tiny bit of traffic on the way towards the roller coaster.
It looks almost like Federation's car, but it's not. That's the Balthazar Motorworks car, piloted by Bill Woods right now.
That Justin Woods was driving earlier.
Yeah, wonder if that's a family entry.
Here's where John Combs has caught Nyland Motorsports' Lincoln Fox, with Aaron Beavers at Heartland Autosports' Chalk Chip just behind as well. So we're side by side heading towards the roller coaster for position for 5th place. And it'll get sorted by Lincoln Fox getting on the brakes a little bit earlier, or was it too deep on the brakes from John Combs?
Couldn't have gone much deeper.
No, so now the pressure might be on Aaron Beaver to try to get through quickly here as well. Fox is on the inside.
It's a bad feeling when you have someone come whipping past you in the rain. And it's even worse when you're in a spec car. But this is a long race. We're just about to scratch the 2-hour mark.
Fox has got the slightly better braking area, but going to get slidey on the way in.
Was this a sprint car race in turn 1?
Well, it sure looks like the rubbered-in parts of the road are pretty slippery. Fox stays ahead.
Yeah, holding it well. Maybe sometimes when you see the other guys come by, you learn a little bit. Maybe learn it a little bit. Hopefully he learns that that's not the nicest part of the track to accelerate on there.
Rain definitely heavier. Lap times don't seem to have shifted all that much. My official track wetness gauge has gone from 67 to 83%.
Ooh! Lincoln Fox went from straight ahead to 30 degrees to the left there in about 1/10 of a second. Pays the price for it, has to let the chocolate chip car by. And it is thick rain out there. See the puddles forming down the straightaways now. Guys having to dodge those.
Weird thing being that there's a clear patch of sky just 10 minutes after this, though, for a moment, for a little bit. So constantly changing.
That's still there. Yeah.
There's no 2-minute 27 lap times to be had anymore. It's all between the 2:30s and the 2:32s.
I think some of the drivers are trying to see if the gravel has any more grip to offer them on the exit of these turns.
Only thing working harder than the drivers is going to be the traction control at the moment.
Yeah, that's true. These cars do have variable traction control. You can turn it up and down. I bet you there's a few of them that have cranked it up all the way to the max. Maybe a couple more that will as soon as they hear this broadcast go out.
Now, modern GT3 cars have wet settings for ABS and traction control. And I don't know what you want the ABS to do that much differently in the wet than in the dry, other than, like, not lock up. So are they just extreme settings that for a really low grip surface, whether it was slippery from being wet or anything? Or
good question. Probably kicks in at a lower differential, I would guess. Like, because it's front and rear wheel differential and slip angle that we're measuring. Maybe a little bit more tolerance for slip angle, a little bit less tolerance for differential. Because you're going to be sliding more, but you still need to have drive to keep the thing pushing in the right direction. There's a reason the guys that design those systems make big bucks. Still seeing pretty healthy gap. Oh,
moment and a half for Nyland Motorsports. Lincoln Fox looking out the driver's side window at where they're going through the S's. Must have turned in from a very slippery spot. No, it's
jump the curb. That's after the. Yeah. Oh, and then does the same thing at South Bend, just the opposite direction.
Yeah, I think we went on board with one of the Spinny boys just as there was action for Nyland Motorsports, just as your race leader Hungry Geckos are in. Dennis Federici has driven every minute of this race so far. We're approaching 2 hours into this 6-hour race. Christian Peeler, I believe, is on hand for the Hungry Geckos as they refuel and make their driver swap. Christian Peeler goes in, checks that the wheel is attached, always a good plan. Yeah, no, that's working, buddy.
I remember confidently clicking on a wheel my first time into a race car, and taking it down the street and going to do the U-ball at the end of the street and pulling the wheel right off. Luckily, I was going pretty slow.
So Heartland Autosport go to the lead of the race from Spinny Boys Gold. Gatsu Raining Rubber Rapids are into third. Hungry Geckos are going to resume in between Spinny Boys Green, just behind Heartland Autosport's Chalk Chip. So they're right into that battle we were just looking at. Spinny Boys Green, Heartland Autosport Chalk Chip, Nyland Motorsports. That's where Hungry Geckos and Christian Peeler finds himself right now.
That was a fast in-lap from Christian Peeler, from Federici before Peeler got in. Nearly 3 seconds better than the rest of the field. Track just keeps getting wetter. Rain keeps falling harder. Might be some relief coming on the radar, but we'll have to see if that shows up. And you really got to stay off the curbs in the S's. Hoping Peeler sees the risk.
Oof, it is challenging and non-stop action, and then still some close battles here. The view
John
that Hungry
Combs.
Geckos, having just stopped with Christian Peeler, have forward of Heartland Autosport, Spinny Boys Green, this battle here. First laps of the race. And Christian Peeler is going to have to do what they've all done and work out where the grip is.
Yeah, he picked the left-hand side of that puddle on the crown of the road, or off to the side of the crown of the road there. And that's not the side you want to be on going down the back straight. I think you prefer the right-hand side. That's where all the other cars are running. But a few cars now a lap down. That's Slower Expectations, Balthazar Motorworks, and the Sennhauser Racing Team all 1 lap down. Just purely on pace. Despite the conditions, it has been a very clean race so far. 234s for some of the drivers last time by. And as these conditions reach their peak, I think we'll join an onboard, maybe Aaron Beaver in that Heartland Autosports chocolate chip car, and see if he can make an overtake on John Combs as we go to a radio break here. We'll be back with more commentary in just a few minutes.
Well, it's certainly exciting, but challenging conditions for the ChampCar iRacing VIR 6 hour. As you can see right now, over 2 hours of racing run, but still 3 hours 53 to go in this weather, and hopefully clearing up later. We've been watching Spinny Boys Green and Heartland Autosports Chocolate Chip. They're battling for 4th and 5th, but elsewhere, a handful of drivers been having some challenges. That's Cameron Sennhauser from the Sennhauser Racing team, just gently backing it into the tyres at the roller coaster, and there's been a couple others, Devin.
Yeah, he tried to do the reverse entry drift there. It didn't pan out. That would have been heck scary. This is the Balthazar Motorworks car. Bill Woods behind the wheel, slipping, sliding his way through NASCAR there, and a little bit of evasive action by Thomas Twomey right behind. That contributing to a slow lap for Twomey. We'll check in on that in just a moment. And then finally, we got the Legitimate Racing car, and that is piloted right now by Legitimate Racing has Ryan Carwile behind. And Carwile gets a little wrong on the exit. So even though our ride-along car kept things pointed the right way, it wasn't all smooth sailing. Speaking of smooth sailing, Orlando Harrell's going to do his impression of sailing out here. Gets a little tack, gets a little leeward, those are words, right? And spins around backwards on his way to the South Bend.
Well, I think he did a little jig.
Yeah, you know. Watched me a sail GP once. That's that Olympic level of expertise, sport expertise. You know, watch it once every 4 years and then wonder why they're not doing the obviously easier thing.
Love a good sport that you simply do not care about until the Olympics comes around. And then you're like, why don't I watch more European handball?
I was having that feeling about some bouldering and sport climbing. Thought that was a little bit of a poor line there from the Spinny Boys car. Gets a little grass on the exit, spins him up. That's going to give a run to Aaron Beaver. It's just not a lot of room to make a pass. It's wet on the inside.
The car in front picks the best part of the racetrack, the grippiest part for braking. You don't want to be where the water is puddled and all the rubber is down on the driver's left-hand side, so you've got to brake somewhere else, and the first guy to pick that picks it, and then the others are like, oh, where can I find some grip that's not a slippery part of the road? Most of the road is looking pretty slippery.
Yeah, it is. It is an ice rink out there, honestly, right now. But as I mentioned earlier, Thomas Twomey had to take some evasive action, has been struggling a little bit in the rain here. We're seeing Spinning Boys Green and Aaron Beaver in that Heartland Autosport chocolate chip car closing them down. Now only 4 seconds the gap between the two, and it's been closing at nearly 2 seconds a lap.
It does seem like all the drivers who get into the race when it's already wet struggle to get up to speed with those who've been in it the whole time. So you see Christian Peeler, who is very, very rapid, being left in the wake of these guys. Oh. That's a reverse entry and a bit wide at the oak tree. And up into 4th place goes Aaron Beaver before John Combs can get it back onto the pavement.
And Combs was trying to use that, you know, it's like the cushion in a dirt track. You know, you get out your rear tires on that dirt and you get a little grip, get back on the track, and try to dive bomb up the inside to the exit with a little momentum, but wasn't enough. He'll have a draft here, but again, same conundrum. Where do you go when there's only one line?
Into the roller coaster, and I'm seeing water pooling in way more places now. They were catching that Gatsu Raining Rubber Rapids 3rd place car, and it's the next vehicle on track for this duo. Spinny Boys Green was, before that off-track moment, the fastest car on the racetrack. But then you can see how easily gaining 1 second this lap, 1 second the next lap can get undone when you lose 5 or 10 getting too hot into Oak Tree.
Only takes one. That being said, even with that issue, their lap times were basically on par with Tommy ahead. Didn't lose much. But when Tommy's off all 4 tires at NASCAR, back on the track.
Has gone from a little bit wet to pretty diabolical.
Yeah, we're in the thick of this cell. It's blowing over the track, but slowly.
But Christian Peeler seems to have found the track under him, found a bit of his mumbo, because he was the fastest car last lap, the lap that they've all just completed, in 6th place. The Hungry Gecko's machine. Just at least more consistent than some others, struggling in the conditions, getting a little bit closer back towards 4th and 5th place.
It is impressive, the pace. I'm getting word this might be blown in from one of those tropical storms off the coast. As it is torrential out there.
Long look down the straight. There's water just about everywhere. I keep seeing them go into some of these corners thinking, that's too fast, you've braked too late.
Yeah.
And then they just manage to get it stopped. But every lap, every corner an adventure.
It's looking honestly like dirt racing out there, where you're getting the car rotating, and then you're just trying to point the front wheel straight and drive it with the right foot, just slide the thing around.
Another set of laps done.
I'm gonna say we've got a replay here. This Lincoln Fox coming in and going deep and crashing hard at Roller Coaster, and now trying to drive the thing back to the pits. And just having a hard time with it. I'm not sure he's going to be able to get it back across the track.
The car's still slow and damaged.
Very damaged. Link limping it to the pits, but I don't know if he can get there. The car does not want to turn right, and that is a very damaged chassis. Now, luckily for him, we do have two fast repairs available for the teams. He's limped it back to the pits, managed to avoid causing a caution here.
Somehow that thing is...
It looks more hovercraft than race car right now, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
I have no idea how he's going to get that thing in the box. We'll see. Just a little bit more rain than usual coming up to Roller Coaster. Got to leave yourself a margin. Meanwhile, checking back in. Another second off of Thomas Tomey by Beaver and Combs here. Oh, and Tomey he was sideways and hydroplaning into Roller Coaster 2.
Some of the rain that was red on the radar has managed to downgrade itself to just yellow, though, so that's surely some comfort.
Might be cold comfort. With how sketchy it is out here. The rain's not falling that hard. It's just a grade 2 flood. Fedco still looking confident at the front of the field, but honestly, this back from 3rd through 5th is the fastest on track right now. 6th place with Cameron Peeler also running really quick, 2:32 last time by. Our leader's only managing at 2:34. Jumping on board with Cameron Senhauser here. He's going to have a moment and a half through the S's here. Ooh, that wiggle gets on. Does a good job keeping it off the walls. Wall's really far away here at VIR. That helps.
I think that's almost a moment and 3/4.
I'm going to give that to you.
Going to get a lot of change out of that one. It was multiple wiggles.
Shaking every bit loose from the rear seats.
It's close company up the S's. Yep. Aaron Beaver remains ahead of Spinny Boys Green John Combs. I think Combs was really, really quick when he was ahead, but then went off the track, ended up back behind Heartland Autosports Choc Chip, where they have remained for some time now. Still catching Gatsu Raining Rubber Rapids.
And they'll have Lincoln Fox ahead of them, now a lap down to contend with. Oh, and Combs got, I don't know if that was a dive to the inside or just the car getting loose under braking.
Hard to know if they were doing something on purpose or doing something on accident in that curved and very slippery braking zone at the top of a roller coaster.
I think in the real world, the marshals would be having a chat about, is it too dangerous? Luckily for us, the parts are free here on iRacing, so we'll keep them out there, keep them racing. John Combs feeling racy, thinking about a move. Brakes early though, drops back. Trust the other guy to make a mistake? Nah, they hit the same line through turn number 1.
So the next car for position, and then the car ahead of that, the pole sitters. Oh, you got a double spin, a synchronized spin from Heartland Autosports and Spinny Boys Green. And then coming through, Hungry Gecko's Christian Peeler says, thank you very much. But first car in, too hot, has a spin. Next car reacts to it, lifts off the throttle, and both of them spin at NASCAR.
Not an ounce of contact between them, but a new puddle on the track, and well, you find out what happens there.
So for Christian Peeler, it's all free real estate.
Thomas Tolmie gets a little bit of breathing room too in that Zoo Racing, Raining Rubber, Rain Rapids, etc. car. But he's still having to contend with the lapper, Lincoln Fox ahead. If you're in Lincoln shoes, it's a little bit tough because you don't want to just give it up and get stuck in the spray. You did have some pace, but you're now a lap down. He will give some room onto the back straight, Madison Avenue this time.
Trying to avoid that little river down the middle of the racetrack, aiming to be one side or the other of it. Ooh, tail will step out on the braking zone. Don't do it again, Fox. Ooh, just out of the wall. Just out of the wall.
That was a close call. Fox had to react to the moves ahead of him. Keeps it on the track. enough. The rest of the field spread out a whole bunch. Just slipping, sliding around.
My rain gauge has eased just a little bit.
Yeah, mine too.
But the lap times and the grip level and the pooled and puddled water is as bad as I think it has ever been. So no one is even approaching a 2-minute 30, let alone quicker than that. And in fact, the fastest last lap was Spinny Boys Gold in second place at 2:33.1. Remember the rain first came out and we were seeing sort of 2:20s, 2:23s. We're basically as far away from that as that was from dry conditions.
Yeah. And interesting to note that the three that I was pointing out, or the four that I was pointing out that were real fast, they've all backed it off a little bit. I think learning a little lesson. The exception to that rule is the Hungry Geckos car. Christian Peeler is absolutely flying up there. 2:33 last time by 2 seconds on the leader. Same goes for Brooks Clayton in that Spinny Boys Gold car. Making 2 seconds on the lead as well.
Sure took Christian Peeler a little while to get up to speed, but looking good now. This is the race leader, Tyler Kvetko. Heartland Autosport Frosted Sprinkle. But being caught consistently, not quickly, but consistently by second place Spinny Boys Gold, Brooks Clayton. There appears over the ridge Spinny Boys Gold, just 5 seconds away from the race lead right now.
They're working hard for it. I'm just jumping on board with some of these guys, and they are hands going left and right. I wonder if we see a fatigue shortened stint from any of them, because it's hard to maintain focus in these kinds of conditions. Just so much demand on the mental side of things.
It's the second place Brooks Clayton. You've got that handy yellow marker for the top center of the wheel. And you see it seesawing one side to the other. Like a little bit of counter steer there. Into the corner, counter steer it big time, steer into the next corner. Plenty to do.
Yeah, and even with not a lot of power in these GR86s, they're making them spin the tires with traction control all over the place. Jumping now over to Spinny Boys. Spinny Boys Green is out in here. And Green's looking real close to Team Chocolate Chip, Heartland Autosport Chocolate Chip ahead. And this is back to being a battle after the two of them had their synchronized spins earlier. Pushing hard once again, back down in the 232s this time by.
You can see why someone came up with the idea of rain lights.
And why you get black flagged if you don't have them.
Well, Devon, I think the track's wet.
Confirmed.
I think water is wet too. Not reaching the same speeds in a straight line as well in these conditions and with these tyres. Seems like at the moment for iRacing that the wet tyres have more rolling resistance than the dry tires, and more than you'd expect on that as well.
It could be definitely not helping to get the water rolling through the puddles. We're checking in now on another turn in. Oh, and an unfortunate one there. That's turn 1 for Alex Harrison and Spinny Boy's yellow.
Oak tree.
Oak tree. Spinny Boy's yellow. The camera angle copy.
And then they go a lap down.
I was going to say Kvetko was able to get by him.
Back with 5th and 6th. This is eerily reminiscent of when they both spun out earlier. They were like this.
Oh, and Nyland's just had an incident in turn 1. Managed to keep it off the wall, but dived it in really deep. We'll stay with this battle for now.
You know what the wettest place in the United States is?
Virginia International Raceway.
Hilo, Hawaii, located on the Big Island, known for its dramatic waterfalls, lush rainforests, and blooming gardens. It's the wettest place in the United States, averaging about 12 inches of rain per month.
Ooh. Meanwhile, up here, we didn't see rain for months. Ooh, and John Combs goes a little bit wide on the exit of Oak Tree. That's going to cost him all the way down the straight.
The wettest place in Australia is Tully, Queensland, with an average rainfall exceeding 160 inches. In 1950, they recorded 310 inches of rain.
John Combs making a move up the inside down the front straightaway. It can be a little sketchy on the right-hand side. You see him straight line it to the start-finish line as he makes the overtake on Aaron Beetsberg. Oh, he has to really put on the stoppers there, but manages to get it stopped and turned around on the corner. And we're coming up on the 3-hour, 30-minute mark here now. Almost at the halfway point in this race. And I don't want to jinx anything, but I do see some clear spots on the radar.
Yeah, I don't see much clear air between first and second in this race, though.
That is true.
This is how close it's gotten between Heartland Autosports and Spinny Boys Gold for the lead of the race. A little bit of lap traffic that eventually Tyler Kvetko's going to pull out from behind. Clayton was 3 seconds quicker than Kvetko last lap. And I think so far this lap, noticeably quite a bit quicker as well.
I've seen a little bit of... I've not seen it show up on the numbers, but it does seem like the track is maybe a little bit less waterlogged than it was a few minutes ago.
Maybe not yet, maybe in 15 minutes.
Oh!
Leaders wide, leaders off the road. And so Spinny Boys Gold goes through into the lead of the race as Heartland Autosport Frosted Sprinkles. It's too hot through the hog pen and ends up in the outfield.
Yeah, starts to turn in and the car just doesn't go for him. Ends up out wide.
'Ends up out wide.
'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out wide. 'Ends up out w You know, the only thing missing from the authentic wet experience here is the highway traffic sign on the front straight, sending out fun messages to all the drivers. Dancing in the rain.
We've been trying to contact you about your Toyota GR86's extended warranty. Well, that unfolded all very, very quickly as Spinny Boys Gold got within about a second and then took the lead.
And we have a caution. That was for the Nylon Autosports car. We're going to see it here. He turns in, does Link Fox, and once again, that car just doesn't turn for him, dodges the wall, and then finds the wall, and ends up stationary on the Exeter roller coaster.
Brings out the full course caution. Spinny Boys Gold are about halfway around the lap, so it'll take a while before the safety car rolls.
This will shake things up a little bit.
2.5 hours and a couple of very indestructible Toyota GR86s, but eventually the first full course yellow, first safety car of the race will happen. It brings on the emergency lights of all the vehicles around the course. So at the south paddock, at the exit of the pit lane, there's a few places you go, they've switched the emergency lights on that ambulance.
Now, the drivers are hustling out there to try and get back to the pace car.
Pit entry will be closed this first time by. This is your race leader through Hogpen, and momentarily that will trigger the iRacing pace car that we saw at the very, very start of the race and haven't seen since to race out of pit entry. Safety car speed. That's looking like 55 miles an hour, I think, for the pace car speed.
Thereabouts. Pretty quick in the wet. But I've heard that the pace car has learned how to slow down in the corners in the rain, and sure enough, 30 miles an hour in the corner.
Yes. Recently, they educated the... Well, there's the emergency vehicles I'm talking about, all with their lights on.
Well, luckily, none of those necessary today.
That's my point. The iRacing safety car driver used to just stick on cruise control, do 60 miles an hour through a hairpin corner, do 60 miles an hour down a straight, but now knows to vary their speed just a little bit. Oh, I don't know quite why safety car driver opts for that hand positioning. It's very do it for Dale, all up on the wheel sort of hand positioning. So now you've got Spinny Boys Gold right in behind the pace car in first. Heartland Autosports in second, but there is one lapped car in between. I think it's Sennhauser Racing Team there. And then Gatsu Raining Rubber Rapids, Hungry Geckos, Spinny Boys Green, Heartland Autosports Chalk Chip, Valhalla Motorsport, Legitimate Racing, Spinny Boys Yellow, and Balthazar Motorworks as 10th. Slumbered Expectations are 11th, Sennhauser Racing Team 12th. Nylon Motorsports have just exited the pit lane with their spare car 2 laps down. So then 1 lap down is Legitimate Racing, Spinny Boys Yellow, Balthazar Motorworks, Slumbered Expectations. 2 laps down is Sennhauser Racing Team and Nylon Motorsport.
This will be a critical stop for all of these teams, potentially, if any of them do decide to come in. We're kind of at an interesting point in the weather. It's heavy rain right now, but not too far away is some better looking conditions. So you got to wonder, who opts to stay out, who doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, you think about this, it's been 30 laps since Spinny Boys Gold last pitted. That was when the rain first came. They went to wet tyres, they filled the tank, they put Brooks Clayton in. It's been a while. It's been more than an hour since any of the leaders last stopped. So they're coming through the hog pen now.
Most of them managed to catch up. I've got a couple cars still racing their way around Oak Tree.
That looks like your leader heading for pit lane, going to get followed by vast majority of the field. So first is in, second is in, Hungry Gecko's in, third have stayed out. Of course, they pitted 14 laps ago.
Yeah. And they're rolling out of the pit lane now. Who's going to be first one out is Austin Tucker now in that Spinny Boys Gold car, followed closely by Thomas Tomey and the guys who are racing rainy Rubber Rapids. Kiro Bondar, who you heard in the car or in the booth earlier with the Heartland Autosport Frosted Sprinkle, overtaken briefly by Aaron Reed and slower to expectations. I expect that position will go back. Dakota Knapp now in the Heartland Autosports car, Jason Lee and Spinny Boys Green. Changing cast out there.
So there's a couple new faces, like Sean Fritz in Legitimate Racing. So what you've got right now, Sennhauser Racing Team about to get waved around the pace car. Hungry Geckos who stayed out and took the lead of the race.
Yeah. And it'll be interesting times. The weather radar, this rain's starting to break up. So when does it start to go away? Exactly.
Oh my word, slowered expectations have driven it off under safety car.
Living up to the name.
Does Aaron Reed get those spots back? Does Aaron Reed get to keep him? Did Aaron Reed lose them? We're going to find out. In the live pictures at the moment. It was at South Bend. So we're struggling to pick it up. I think the race control is giving him some spots back. Or not.
Oh, and Cameron hitting the lane this time. Lights are out on the safety car, so expect it to go green next time by. It is a long pace lap around here, though.
I am seeing the weather getting quite a bit lighter soon.
And cars stacking up on their yellow.
I think it's sending Nyland Motorsport to the tail of the train.
As the other cars arrive, that makes sense. The drivers are sorting themselves out, getting into order for this restart. It will be a tricky one here in the rain. Be interesting to see who's able to get a good start.
So it's Hungry Geckos from Spinny Boys Gold, from Gatsu Raining Rubber Rapids, Heartland Autosport Frosted Sprinkles, Heartland Autosports Choc Chips, so the Heartland Autosports are together, Spinny Boys Green, Valhalla Motorsports, and Legitimate Racing looks to be the last car on the lead lap, and Spinny Boys Yellow, Balthazar Motorworks, Slow at Expectations, Nyland Motorsport, and Sennhauser Racing Team. Lights are off on the safety car. It's heading towards pit entry. And with 3 hours, 14 minutes remaining of the ChampCar iRacing VIR 6 hour, we're about to get racing again with Hungry Geckos and Christian Peeler in the lead.
They're back to green. Starting to build up speed. Oh, and they're deep into turn one. Gotta find your braking points again. Tires a little bit cool after a couple of laps rolling around at pace car speeds. Everyone getting through cleanly.
Also, less cars at speed probably means less clearing of the water that was happening while they were all racing.
True.
Gives an opportunity of sort of 5 to 10 minutes for the rain to pool in a couple of places that the cars had been disturbing it from.
So Christian Peeler stays in the car with the Hungry Geckos. Leading, but Austin Tucker now in Spinny Boys Gold. replacing Brooks Clayton, who did a nice big stint there in the middle. Thomas Tomey still in the car for Gazoo Reigning Rubber Rapids, followed by Kiro Bondar at a safe distance. Dakota Knapp taking the safe distance approach as well in the Spinny Boys green car, followed by Shane Cameron in Spinny Boys yellow, Clayton Davis in Valhalla, Zach Balthazar in the Balthazar Motorworks car. Sean Fritz is now in the Legitimate Racing car, Aaron Reed in Slowered Expectations, and Ricky Fox still behind the wheel of that Nyland Motorsport car. And they head up the Madison Avenue towards Roller Coaster, and we'll see who is brave this time through.
Whoa. Spinny Boys Gold were all out of control on their way in.
Frosted Sprinkle's not looking too hot either. Struggling to find the grip. Keeps on the track though. Oh, we got one. That's Clayton Davis going the wrong way on the way in. Caught the inside tire barrier, knocked the front end off it, and lightly tapped the outside. You'll see it here. Rips the front end off that car. Has to tow it back to the pits. And with the tow, it goes yellow again. Got to clear the debris off the track.
Yeah, that car wasn't getting back under its own power with the front wheel ripped off.
We may see a quickie yellow here. We'll see what iRacing Race Control decides to do. But the drivers are getting through the worst of this section of the rain with the help of the pace car right now. The track starts to lighten up in some places. Rain getting a little bit less intense, but still very present. We'll see the pace car come and pick him up this time.
Hungry Gecko still leading. Spinny Boys Gold. GRRR in third.
I was going to say, it's an interesting phase of the race now.
Hungry Geckos are going to pit.
No. Interesting. I wonder if this is driver time now. No, it's not driver time for them. They pitted at the 2-hour mark. Maybe they're getting real brave, thinking tires. Not seeing any tires, just going for fuel. Does look like it's going to be a fuel-only stop for them. have to see how that pans out, but they are brimmed and on their way. I have to clear some lap traffic in the rain. Not sure that's what I would be signing up for, but the fuel advantage will play. We'll make that next pit stop real short for them, or shorter when they do a driver change. Relatively long stop for fuel, it must be said. Go around. And a few cars a lap down will be getting their laps back here. Get them clear of the lead pack so that the leaders can all race together.
So what do they say in this business? Cautions breed cautions?
That's the word. Certainly did the first time around. Got a few cars making their way by, getting a lap back. And we will see if we get a clean restart this time by as the rain continues to lessen.
See what the lights on the pace car do across the timing beam this time. And they remain on for one more. So it is a big lap around here, longer than Daytona. Longer than Watkins Glen? I think so.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be by much.
Sure, the fact-checking army will tell us if we're wrong, but I believe we're right on that one.
I'm suddenly not confident.
Oh, 3.4
Oh, it's close.
miles at the Glen, 3.2 at VIR.
Yeah, the full
VIR somehow feels longer.
Grand Prix circuit with boot and inner loop at Watkins Glen is just fractionally longer than VIR is here.
The race, either way, racing will continue on. And when we come out of this, it'll be Spinny Boys Gold leading the way. The guys who are raining rubber rain. Thomas Swomey, second. Kirill Bondar in the Heartland Autosports Frosted Flakes car. Dakota Knapp in the Chocolate Chip car. Spinny Boys Green in fifth with Jason Lee behind the wheel. Hungry Geckos, after taking that late, or that stop this time by for fuel, will be at the back of the leading pack in sixth place.
You're never going to guess what just happened for Valhalla Motorsports.
I've looked away. Oh no.
So they got waved around. They're coming around, and they've done themselves some damage at the top of the roller
Oh,
coaster.
in the same.
Poor guys. There's also
See
a
it.
few of the other cars that have pitted. So Nyland Motorsport took some.
Yeah, we'll see Clayton Davis now at this Valhalla car. He hits the brakes and the car just turns away from him. You know, one of those things that happens in the rain, and turns right, tries to catch it. Once you're on that grass, it's like he sped up, hits that wall, does a little damage, takes a nice apex, all things considered, and then carries it on to the pit lane. Going to take a repair there before carrying on. This won't have been good. Puts Matthew Wyckoff behind the wheel. So that'll have cost them some positions for sure. Pace car lights are still on. Expecting them to shut off this time by.
Colors on the radar are getting lighter though, and if you look out there, while the track is very wet at these speeds, I think the skies are a little bit lighter and the rain is a little bit lighter than it was even just 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, there's been some empty spots that pop up on the radio, but then they disappear before they get to the track. Hard to say what it's going to do. But we could be in a position where we're looking at a drying track here in just a little bit.
See, the cavity magnetron was invented in like 1939 or 1940, and your microwave oven on the bench in your kitchen is basically just a World War II radar in a box.
Impressive. Mine only detects how to break up my Bluetooth signals.
Yes, a lot happening in the 2.4 gigahertz range.
True.
So that is lights off the safety car that was idle for 2.5 hours, and now, if anything, a little too active at VIR.
Yeah.
How carefully do you think Matthew Wyckoff of Valhalla Motorsports just negotiated the roller coaster?
Well, I hope more carefully.
Very, very gingerly.
Yes.
Now, in these conditions, it is actually... Valhalla Motorsports can be forgiven because it is a challenge to come around and catch the pace car. The pace car's maximum speed is the same in the wet as it is in the dry, but your lap times in the wet versus the dry are very different for the races. So you can see this is all of your leaders with the safety car. The top 7 who were all on the lead lap. Now Spinny Boys yellow, slow at expectations. Balthazar Motorworks are all not far away from catching this. A little bit longer for others like Sennhauser Racing Team and Nyland Motorsport.
Yeah, they're going to have to do some work to get caught back up to the end of the grid. But the grid waits for no one. And that flag will be green at the end of the lap. And the official rain number gauge is getting much lower. We are at 11% on the rain, 70%-ish on the wet. Racing line looks pretty wet. And we'll have to see how the drivers handle it here in the next 15-20 minutes. Because I imagine those numbers are going to keep dropping. You need one of those camera shots where the camera looks over the shoulder of the pit crew looking at the weather radar. Because I think that's what all the teammates are doing right now, is just refreshing that box as often as they can.
We're about to go racing again. The old team principal points at the weather radar with their strategist alongside them. We go racing again with Spinny Boys Gold leading the way from Gatsu, from Heartland Autosport, Frosted Flakes and Chocolate.
No brakes at the front. They're battling right away.
Weather easing up, but the track's still absolutely sodden. Not a whole lot of grip to be found out there. Your top three getting a little bit clear, but from fourth back, I think, is where things are most challenging at the moment.
Yeah, Jason Lee and Spinny Boys Green is putting a lot of pressure on Dakota Knapp in that chocolate chip car right now. Looking everywhere. Not a lot of moves to be made in the lower S's, especially with the puddles. And we see that loses some momentum. Christian Peeler now looking up the inside of that Spinny Boys car. Looking left, looking right. Will he make it too wide through the S's? This is always a scary place. Looks like a lift. Safe move at this point. Still 3 hours to go.
So Hungry Geckos just wait on that one.
Must not be that hungry. Too wide through Oak Tree on the outside. Knapp's holding the inside, but the better run might be available on the outside. They're both going, and it's going to be 3 wide on the exit because Christian Peeler's going to try and make his move to the right. Oh, and he's getting squeezed. 2 tires on the dirt, but foot to the floor. And it is sketchy times out there. A lot of rain puddled on the left-hand side of the track as they run down here. Christian Peeler going to go 2 for 1 at Madison Avenue. It looks like, as he has Dakota Knapp in the rear view and Jason Lee in the side mirror.
Heartland Autosport Chocolate Chip getting robbed as Hungry Geckos and Spinny Boys Green both go past. And now Spinny Boys Green's around the outside here through the roller coaster.
Oh,
this is a ride and a half.
They touched on the exit. Both of them keeping it straight though. Oh, and it's hard to go too wide through Hogpen, and they don't. And Hungry Geckos gets the job done. 2 positions gained in the first lap after the caution, and they'll be flying down the track looking to make up some ground on the leaders.
So that's a green flag lap completed, but only just with what we saw 3 wide down the back straight. Now, I think Slowered Expectations are having a dive at turn 1 down the inside of Legitimate Racing.
Yeah, and that was a real aggressive move to the inside. Sean Fritz was trying to hold the inside line, ended up moving back to the middle of the track, and Aaron Reed used the white line all the way into turn number 1 to make that work. Did have a little bit of pace when we were riding on board earlier. Dakota Knapp looking like he's struggling a little bit to get comfortable early on. No struggles at the front though. Austin Tucker and Thomas Tomey driving through the upper S's with confidence. Oh, too much confidence. That's Austin Tucker a mile off the track.
Going to get back on just before the Oak Tree, but GRRR go to the race lead. Spinny Boys Gold are off. Spinny Boys Green are off. So that's your race leader off-roading after a moment in the middle.
Ooh, and we're going to see Green going off here, coming through the upper S's, turning in South Bend, and the 2 of them must have been using the same braking marker, turn-in marker, because they got it wrong. Luckily, everyone else manages to stay out of the way.
Insanely dangerous place to be stopped. One of them ended up sort of left of the road, one of them ended up right of the road. Here's the Spinny Boys that stayed on the road was yellow. And they're right in the picture. This is gold.
You can
Yellow
see
moved up a
Thomas.
couple of spots, though.
You can see Thomas just really at the limits of that car as he's going through the corners, just balancing it on the front end only, it feels like. Car's sliding around all over the place. They're too wide a little behind him. That's Christian Peeler making a look up the inside on the frosted sprinkle car of Kirill Bondar.
So for third and fourth, heading down towards turn one, the inside line in the wet's the place to be. There's way more braking grip offline there, but then around the outside through the middle of the corner, there's way more speed, way more traction. And Kirill Bondar will stay ahead because of that. And you can see the battle for the lead just in front as well. The frosted sprinkles hang on.
Hang on for now. There's been lots of pressure from that car behind.
Look at the lap times, Devon. It is much quicker. They were all doing 233s, 235s, but fresh off a safety car restart, Hungry Geckos had just done a 225. So Christian Peeler was quicker. I don't think that's a glitch of the timing or anything. I think, well, the track is still wet. The rain has eased, and Christian Peeler is flying. Now he's going to have a go towards the S's. It's a dangerous place to be around the outside, but he's got his nose in front, and I reckon he can do it. Up into third go the Hungry Geckos.
I remember lots of nighttime two wides that were solved by the apex of the first upper S because one person decided they didn't want it as bad as the other, and that's kind of what that looked like there.
There's a lot of pressure for the race lead as well, and Christian Peeler is going to be right with them shortly through the oak tree. Thomas Tomey keeps it on the road. When Austin Tucker's on the road, he's quick, but the problem was that he was off the road a lap ago. That's where the race lead went. Now they're just 2 seconds ahead of Hungry Geckos.
Behind them, Shane Cameron is putting some pressure on Dakota Knapp. Shane Cameron running in that Spinny Boys yellow car, making it look too wide with Heartland Autosports chocolate chip. Dakota hasn't looked comfortable in this rain just yet, still finding his way. And Shane looking up the inside. This is going to be a tough place to make a pass, and he decides not to, rolls out of it early. Sometimes you don't have to make a pass, though. Is that chocolate chip car going to get stopped? It does, almost ahead of them. The slower expectations car put 2 tires off, lost a little bit of time, and they're going to be closing on him quickly, too.
Yeah, that's Aaron Reed in 5th at the moment. This is the leaders. They're all covered by 1 second. They're covered by less than a 10th for 1st and 2nd place. Tomey defends the inside. So around the outside goes Spinny Boys Gold, Austin Tucker. Hungry Geckos watching on within 1 second of this battle.
Oh.
Massive slide on a slippery part of the racetrack for Austin Tucker, but he stays around the outside. Doesn't get to throttle early enough. Now it's less than a second to cover your top 3 racing on what is a drying but still very slick racetrack.
Yeah, despite the fact that the rain intensity is coming down, we're not seeing a big change to the water percentage numbers on the track. Puddles are still present at the apex of a lot of these corners. You can kind of see the reflections on some of the shots, and the car's splashing through them. I just remember the RPMs bucking as the motor was under a little more load going through there every time.
Here's another time it's decided before they get into the S's that Gatsu will stay ahead.
See the guy ahead of you twitching like that, though, you got to feel confident, especially if you're not. And Austin Tucker is not. He looks glued to the ground right now.
So side by side, heading into the braking zone at Oak Tree. Could narrow and run out of space if you're not careful trying to go too wide through here. Then it's wide off the far side of Oak Tree for Gatsu alongside Spinny Boys Gold. Get their nose in front. Compromised run for both of them. Sees Hungry Geckos. Christian Peeler is going to pull one side, pull the other. He had a lot of speed coming onto the straight. A lot of it stalls out a little bit by 2/3 of the way down the straight on the wet tyres in these conditions. But that's going to be 2nd place at worst. 1st at best. Spinny Boys Gold, middle of the road, nose in front. Hungry Geckos solidifying that 2nd place, breaking into the roller coaster, and just from going a little wide off the exit of the corner, Gatsu Raining Rubber Rapids go from 1st to 3rd place.
Now that these drivers found a little bit of confidence. Oh, they're spinning.
And again, a mistake from Austin Tucker takes that car out of the lead of the race, goes back to third, goes back to fourth. Hungry Geckos lead again.
Hungry Geckos did good to dodge there. Hard to get the car slowed down in the middle of a corner like that, but he did, Christian Peeler. And Peeler now holding off Thomas Tomey behind.
Wow, all change up front, showing that despite the racetrack getting a little bit quicker, it's still super treacherous out there.
So Spitty Boys Gold now stuck back in 5th place behind the Heartland Autosports chocolate chip car. We're going to get a replay of Spinny Boys Green here now, going into roller coaster and having their turn, making a mistake, spinning it at the apex. Only 90 degrees, gets it going again the right way, but it cost them a spot to Valhalla Motorsports. And they're too wide. That's Austin Tucker now trying to get by chocolate chip.
Yeah, Heartland have moved up to 3rd and 4th, but that 4th place is not certain. You've got a couple of Spinny Boys back here. You've got Slowered Expectations, Aaron Reed just in there as well. It's at the top of the S's here that things look super difficult. Oh, they're super difficult there. That's a spin from Choc Chip. They're off the road. Heartland Autosports from 4th place make a bit of contact with the tyres. It was light contact with the tyres. They're going to stay moving, and I think it's only bodywork damage. It went nose in softly to the rubber of the tyres.
You'd have thought of every single bad, expensive thing that you could break on the way into that wall. That was a long slide out to the tires. Spinny Boys, good pace, but struggling with consistency at this point in their race. Both teams, all three.
So the chocolate chip machine's still rolling, but it's no longer 3rd and 4th for Heartland Autosport. Their 4th place car succumbed to the pressure so easy.
Yeah, I got that wrong. Naps in the chocolate chip car, not in the Spinny Boys car. It's just the spinning that threw me off.
Aaron Reed running in the 5th place, sandwiched between some Spinny Boys. Gold and yellow. Yellow feel like the one we've spoken the least about.
Yeah, has spent a lot of time sort of middle of the pack, a little lower down. Cameron behind the wheel, driving him up the field a little bit. And they and Slowered Expectations actually both share the title for most positions gained right now, +7 since the start of the race. But if Cameron goes by, that'll give them the single-handed lead of the hard charger crown.
Just had a very quick lap from Hungry Geckos, 2:24. And for Aaron Reed, the traction control is the only thing that saves him through NASCAR. The only thing that saves him through the right-hander at the S's as well. Sometimes the pressure gets to you and you're driving too rigidly. You need to relax to go fast in this weather. That's so tough to do. The Spinny Boys yellow staring down the back of your neck. The lap times are nowhere near as horrible as they once were. Track just to wet rather than torrential.
Cameron's going to have a big run going into Oak Tree on Aaron Reed. This time, not sure he can do anything with it, but Aaron Reed kind of got it wrong out of the top of the S's, was on the left side of the track on the entry into South Bend, and that's not where you want to be. Had to really lose some momentum in order to make the corner.
So they're driving through that part of the straight that they were so steadfastly avoiding just half an hour ago. Closing in, Spinny Boys yellow. You've got to make a big decision which side to look to try to outbrake someone into the roller coaster. Aaron Reed's given up nothing for free, and I think he's on the best line on the way in there to hold off. Not necessarily to get traction on the way out, though.
Yeah, it's tricky. You go from the desired line in the wet to the undesired line and then back onto it on that side of the track.
Some action elsewhere in the fields. Last lap was unofficial for legitimate racing. So they must have had a pretty significant cut the track or slow down or something. We'll see if we can pick that up for Sean Fritz. South Bend. Yeah, that looks a lot like what we've seen others do as well. He was rolling half the way down the hill there.
Cameron is right on the bumper of slower expectations now. We're seeing that on our stream's live pictures now. Two of them have been just battling since this safety car went live, or went away rather.
Race lead not growing as quickly as Christian Peeler was initially able to close it down. Back into the 226s.
I was going to say, had a slow one last time, but I think he had a little moment somewhere. Only takes one, but you can see the 1X on the last lap.
Still 19 seconds a lap away from what they were able to do in the dry. But that's closer than at the worst of the thunderstorm, when they were all more like 35 seconds away. Still think crossover back to slick tyres is a long way away, and it's probably more like 10 seconds a lap. This is a look at for Balthazar Motor Works. Surprise, surprise, that's South Bend at the top of the S's. But the recovery a little tidier than others we've seen.
Yeah, having lots of people struggling in that corner today. Quick one from Peeler at a 2:25.2, but an even quicker one from Thomas at a 2:24.8. So that lead at the front is tightening up as well.
An even quicker one from Spinny Boys Gold. Austin Tucker has not been lacking pace in these conditions, but has been off twice. And that's what's been missing from Spinny Boys Gold, not pace.
Consistent pace is one of the hardest things to do in the wet, especially with inconsistent rain like this. We've just had an off here. This is Zach Balthazar and Balthazar Motorworks. We see him go, and he slides off in turn one, gets it really wrong, and I think that almost takes the front wheel off the car. And eventually, car comes to a stop and ends up towed back to the pits lane. We'll have to see if that tow brings out yellow. Looks like it was far enough away from anyone else that they got a hot tow over there.
This will become third and fourth. It's, like I said, Austin Tucker's been super speedy in this Spinny Boys Gold car. Now he's back in behind Heartland Autosport Frosted Sprinkle.
I feel like I would be remiss not to point out that Kiro Bondar shares a name with Roberta Bondar. Canada's first female astronaut, first neurologist in space. Pretty badass lady. Wonder if she'd approve of the
Also
big
shares his
sprinkle.
name with two-part epoxy.
Deep on the outside there from Austin Tucker, looking for that grip on the outside that has served him so well. Gets there a little bit quick though and isn't able to turn it, and has to leave that position for another corner. Tucker with a 2:23.9 last time by, only outpaced by Christian Peeler in the Hungry Geckos car.
Oh, and he's going to get it now.
Gets it all kinds of right up the inside left hook there.
So back through into third place. Spinny Boys Gold, the best of the three Spinny Boys.
Oh, let's see if we
Unless
get
you're American, in which case Spinny Boys Silver and Spinny Boys Bronze would be worth the same.
I was going to say, our leader, Christian Peeler, just had a bit of a moment going up the hill. He caught it before it became a big moment, but those S's are still very treacherous at this point. Even with the rain lightening up a bit, we're not seeing a lot of the water managing to come off the track. Just not quite enough traffic on track to really clear up a dry line. We'll have to see how that develops. Island Motorsport and Sennhauser Racing Team are having a bit of a battle. Sennhauser actually just got it wrong at NASCAR and went off wide, while Nyland got it stopped and turned up the inside, able to make that position. Valhalla Motorsport actually starting to put some pressure on the chocolate chip car as well. This is Matthew Wyckoff following Dakota Knapp in the chocolate chip car. And Wyckoff has been in for did a pretty good stint. Got a little bit of relief from Davis, and then Davis had that accident that brought out a caution, and then Wyckoff hopped back in.
Good news, an end to the rain is in sight at about 4:15, 4:30.
Yeah, I have to see if that radar picture holds up, but here's hoping.
Well, even if the rain, stopped completely right now at the snap of a finger, you wouldn't go straight off the wet tires. You'd still be waiting some time, but there's a hint more sun out there and a hint less rain.
Yeah, track temps still cool, but 76 relative to that 120 mark we were seeing at the start of the race. It's a very different racetrack, very green racetrack, you gotta think too, once all this rain comes off it. And heck, up at the bus stop I almost saw a dry part of the track, I think. Some of the higher spots starting to clean up maybe.
One thing to see a potentially drying bit of the racetrack, and another to feel it. I think
True.
It will be a while after when it looks drying before it actually races dry.
I'm curious to see who's bravest. Speaking of bravest, we got Shane Cameron chasing down Aaron Reed in that Slower Expectations car. We'll see if there is any brave moves to be had here. They would have to be brave with the gap between them. Cameron just closing things down at this point. Two of them have been pretty similar for the last few laps. Gaps ebbing and flowing. Seems to be like there's enough grip on the racing line at this point that everyone's choosing it. Watching Wyckoff in the Valhalla car chasing down Dakota Knapp in that chocolate chip car again.
all the expeditions that Valhalla Motorsports car has been on. And here they are in 8th, looking at 7th place. Do I have this right? Yes. No one's been through pit lane more times than Valhalla Motorsports, but they are equaled by Legitimate Racing and Nyland Motorsports. So, what do I say? No one's on the lead lap equals Valhalla Motorsports number of times through pit lane.
Hey, gotta shout out the pit crew once in a while, you know, taking care of the car for you. And they're just working everywhere I look. Their drivers just twitching. I saw Knapp twitching on the way into the corner.
But it's never enough, is it, until the track is completely dry? Sure, there's more grip around right now, but that just means they're going to lean on it harder and get right up against that slightly slippery limit, even if it's 10 seconds a lap quicker than it was earlier. It's still not perfect. So the more grip you give them, the more they try to take. And the car's still challenging a race. Second place still hanging relatively close to Christian Peeler, the race leader. So Peeler had speed to burn when catching the leaders and getting through, and maybe less aggressive since then. Fastest car last lap was Spinny Boys Gold. They're all about to come through Hogpen, and I can talk about it anew all over again as you look at first and second. Quite some gap before third place then appears in the tail of shot. The lap times are 2:25 for the leader, 2:24 for second place. And it looks like it's going to be 2:23s again for Spinny Boys Gold. Yeah, but only just. And it's 85 laps completed for your race leader. 62 more to go. Will give us 140-ish laps at this pace, but it will dry up. In the dry conditions, the predictor initially had it at 170 laps, but a bit of rain, 2 full course yellows will do it. This is Valhalla side by side with Heartland Autosports Cookie, and it doesn't quite end well through the hog pen as Heartland are on the slipperier bit of the racetrack. Probably not where you'd be if you weren't side by side, and they go for about 720 there.
Yeah, that's the fun way around that corner. You'll remember it.
Now 1.5 seconds off the race lead. Thomas Tomey finding a little bit more confidence. Christian Peeler maybe not feeling too much need to pit. Soon they're going to put Buffers or Motorworks off the lead lap. We're lapping 2 minutes 25, and that car is 2 minutes 23 behind the leader. Aaron Reed's been around, lowered expectations. Now behind Spinny Boys Yellow. There was plenty of gap between them until he got into the oak tree, found a very slippery spot. Half looped it around, and Spinny Boys Yellow and Shane Cameron went through into the 5th position.
Oh, and we got Navarro in that that blue car returning to the track gets loose at the top of the S, as we'll see it here, turns right, and the car just keeps rotating, and cannot catch it. And goes all the way out into the differently textured grass. That's how you know you've gone a long way off track. And rejoins the circuit slowly, safely, and letting Sennhauser by. And a tough day for those two in the rain.
This car started the race from pole position. Now it runs 13th of 13.
Yeah, bringing out one of the cautions and writing it off the way they did, that'll hurt your day.
Austin Tucker just lost a tiny bit of time. I think he's got it back. In third place, within 10 seconds of the race lead, faster than first and second most laps lately. And within sight of them. Balthazar's in the middle of first and second place. And this is second place. So see an absolute definite end to the rain in the next 20 minutes. And then things get, well, they don't get more interesting, but they remain interesting. As that's another type of changeable condition, is the track drying. How quickly does it dry? What strategy decisions do teams make around that? GRRR not getting through traffic quick as they might like. Costing them some time. Through now, so no cars in between them and leading Hungry Geckos.
And track, it's not raining as hard as it has been, but the track is just kind of maintaining, just starting to see maybe a hint of a slightly drier line in a few spots. Like you can start to see the train tracks, but not enough dry that anyone could really think about it. 25 minutes yet on on the max length of some of these stints. We'll have to see.
The real milestone for me is when someone goes underneath 2 minutes 20 into the sort of 2 minutes 19, 2 minutes 18. Because that's about where I could imagine we're starting to get dry enough. But they've all sort of plateaued at 224, 225, and they're not getting quicker, they're not getting slower. This level of rain is just enough to keep the track wet. Now it's Austin Tucker's job in third to lap the traffic, and I think he's going to do it easier than any. He's already at the inside for turn one. Head on Balthazar Motorworks. And we're going to have a look. Oh no. Well, this is Sennhauser Racing Team and Nyland Motorsport. We went to a replay of 12th and 13th, and I thought something bad was going to happen, but it's Navarro catching Logan Sennhauser and going through for position. You have Spinny Boys Green, last lap 227. Heartland Autosport Chocolate Chip, last lap 225. Ooh.
Checking back in now.
Back with Nyland Motorsport as Andre Navarro loses what they had just gained. So no one quite within a second of each other here, but Spinny Boys Green only just ahead of Heartland Autosport Chocolate Chips Dakota Knapp. I think has been quicker about 2 laps in a row. Through the oak tree, you can still spy some rain falling down, but I can definitely see blue between the clouds up in the sky. GRRR pits from second place.
And up in the air, all 4 tires. Now, what's the call?
It's got to be to stay with wets at this point.
I think so, but I mean, you're signing up for a pit stop in 15 minutes, right? Darling's fast. He can handle it. I don't know. I'm just trying to write the story. We'll see what they do.
Well, Paul Darling is in, but I'm pretty confident they've stayed with wet tyres for now. And you can go to slicks when the time is right, which is not now.
Hungry Geckos have just had an issue. Checking in at the South Bend, they're recovering, but they're a ways off track. And let's see it here. Just a standard get to the South Bend, turn in, the car doesn't turn. And there you go.
Spinny Boys Gold passed them. Spinny Boys Gold have gone to the race lead.
Yeah, that was all 4 of the seconds they had in reserve, and then another one after that. Spinny Boys Gold taking the lead.
Well, they had about 10 over Spinny Boys because 5 seconds behind Hungry Geckos was GRRR who just pitted, and then 5 seconds behind that was Spinny Boys Gold, so it was a lot of time lost from Hungry Geckos. Spinny Boys Gold. Yeah, go to that race lead.
So Spinny Boys Gold taking advantage of other people's misfortune, getting the lead.
What goes around comes around, or spinning giveth, spinning taketh away, potentially, for Spinny Boys Gold. They lost the race lead doing basically the same thing not all that long ago. Very interested in what Paul Darling can do. They've made that stop. They're back to 9th. They have new wets. But every time we've seen a driver change, it's taken 5 laps or more for the new driver to really get up to it. And yeah, straight into a mistake for Paul Darling.
Yeah, I gotta learn where that track has grip and where it doesn't. He's still figuring that out. Spinny Boys Gold being in the lead, though, here is pretty significant because I think Hungry Gecko is currently leading the points with a 2nd place and a 1st place finish. Spinny Boys had a 4th place finish at Daytona, 2nd place finish at Watkins Glen. But they're definitely within reach of the overall prize. Of course, this is a wonderful series that's only possible with the help of the ChampCar iRacing series. ChampCar Endurance series. And $200 ChampCar prize to the overall winner of this race, but then also $200 ChampCar credit to the season-long winner. So some points racing to consider here too.
And it's back underneath a 2nd. Braking is so challenging into the roller coaster. In fact, everything looks pretty challenging from the moment you put the brakes on in the way into the roller coaster all the way around through the exit of the hog pen.
Oh, we've got a moment to breathe.
Chocolate chip off. Oh no.
I jinxed that. You're right, though. Bondar going exploring. Finds a wall. Not too hard, luckily.
Frosted Sprinkle. Chocolate chip went off at Oak Tree.
Oh. Well, Frosted Sprinkle also had an issue.
Let's look at Chocolate chip on the way in. Too much speed at Oak Tree.
And almost simultaneously, the team car has an issue. And you see it here, he turns in to that left right before hog pen, and the car just kind of goes away from him down the hill. Little tap on the tire wall, carries on, the car's still driving straight. I went to the wrong cake topper. Dang it. Anyway, now that we have a 2nd, I said it last time and 2 cars crashed, so let's see. Hungry Geckos leads the points. Spinny Boys Gold in 2nd in the points. Slowered Expectations 3rd overall in the points. 7th place and a 6th place finish. Spinny Boys Green and Yellow 4th and 5th in the points. Sennhauser 6th in the points. So we'll have to see. But I would say that our serious contenders are the Geckos and the Spinny Boys Gold right now. Rain looking a little thicker now, all of a sudden.
Paul Darling's found a little more of his mojo, having gotten by Heartland Autosport Choc Chip. And they lost a little bit of their mojo at the Oak Tree. Those are very dry looking lines though for Darling, kicking up a lot of spray. Team that was 2nd place before they pitted. Oh, and we catch Aaron Reed in a bit of a drift from Slowered Expectations, who are running 4th at the moment. The frosted Heartland Autosport back there in 5th.
If it wouldn't get us a copyright strike, we could start singing Here Comes the Sun. As they enter turn 1, it's still raining, but the sun is starting to shine on the track. And it is nearing the end of this rainstorm. Clouds are blowing away. Checking in now. Shane Cameron in Spinny Boys Yellow, and living up to expectations, spinning it on the way into turn one. That's tough.
I rate that 720 pretty good, though. Well held in the end. We've seen sort of drivers lose 5 seconds to things like that, and then others lose 10 seconds from they spin and they end up facing backwards, and then it's a tall ask to get the car moving again on the grass and turn around and all of that. So no position gained yet, but obviously a bit of time lost, and Aaron Reed's now all over him, but all over the place.
It's hard to do this corner from the inside, and Aaron Reed shows us why. Got to enter real wide, and if you get loose at the top of the hill, it's hard to get back to the right-hand side of the track in time before South Bend. Reed carries on, wide line through Oak Tree.
Still in the same plateau of lap times, where the fastest is a 2:23, and then others are around that at a 2:25. You see the last lap on the screen was time lost for Spinny Boys Yellow.
The Chocolate Chip Boys have had another issue going into Oak Tree this time. Facing the wrong way, but getting it back on track.
And Hungry Geckos have pitted. Dennis Federation gets in.
Yeah, and that's about on schedule for them.
Well, Aaron Reed has a bit of a peek at turn one. Looking at Shane Cameron. This is now second and third.
Geckos were kind of a lap late in getting to tires, wet tires when the rain came. I wonder if they're going to be a lap early getting to dries here, or if Federation is feeling frisky.
I'm pretty sure it's wet still.
Yeah, it does look like wets.
Second, third, fourth through the lower S's, underneath the bridge, and then to the upper S's.
Quick stop there from the Geckos. That extra fuel stop maybe paying off a little bit.
Visibility sure looks better, but lap times are not improving much as you might think.
Yeah, just the slightest drizzle still keeping the track wet. And we are just about to come out of that cloud cover. And into a clear afternoon here. Got about 2 more hours on the clock, and expecting no more rain between here and the end of the race.
Yep, it's clearing up over VIR. Spinny Boys Gold leading. Had a couple of cars from up front pit lately, like Gatsu Raining Rubber Rapids. Came out in 9th, past Heartland Autosports Chocolate Chip, have just passed Spinny Boys Green. And they're sort of my bellwether for all of this, is the pace that they're doing, and it's still solidly within needing your wet tyres. It's once Paul Darling has a 2:19 that I reckon other people start to think about the track drying off enough. But it looks good.
Darling has run decent sectors around the track, but still losing about 2 seconds most places. In most sectors, rather. 2 to 3 seconds. Relative his fastest stuff, anyway.
Having a look here in the battle, second, third, fourth, Aaron Reed was all up behind Shane Cameron.
You can see now, though, the rain has completely faded away.
Go a little over-under. Shane Cameron maintains second place for the moment. Spinny Boys 1-2. Still not seeing anything that resembles a dry line, but it has only just stopped raining.
Yeah, this crossover is going to be crucial. Who's brave? Who's not? Who gets it right? Who gets it wrong?
The thing about the drying racetrack is drivers on wet tyres will keep improving. But then as they reach a sort of, improving half a second a lap, improving another half a second a lap, suddenly someone on dry tyres will be improving 2 seconds this lap, improving 2 seconds the next lap, and you go, oh, I'm still going quicker lap on lap with the track improving, but not as rapidly as others. So these two that were up front and stopped, Hungry Geckos and GRRR, as I'm now taking to calling them a little too often, right back together. Again, Dennis Federation's only just gotten in, and it does seem to take drivers a while in the wet to really get speed. So 229.
Yeah, I wonder if any of that is tire warm-up, but it has just seemed like just not knowing where the grip is, right? Hard to get in the car when it's wet.
Yeah, so a 224 ain't bad from Dennis Federation, but it's a 222 from Paul Darling.
That is flying.
Aaron Reed from Slowered Expectations.
Starting to see some dry patches. Oh!
Got a good chunk of apex curb there, which they wouldn't have done before, but now trying it out and it didn't quite work. Frosted sprinkle went through, and Slowered Expectation ended up back in fourth place, having previously been battling Spinny Boys Yellow for second. This is the battle for position in 6th and 7th. Hungry Geckos still staying just ahead, with Dennis Federation finding his feet, recently taking over from Christian Peeler.
To say, Federation and Darling have been two of our faster drivers out there. They've also got Valhalla Motorsports just up the road, Matthew Wyckoff at the front of this group of 4 with one lapped car. That's Zach Balthazar Motorworks in between them. Look like they're on a team. I don't think they are. Just running the OG Toyota livery.
How it gets delivered. Spinny Boys gold in the 222s. Lap time's definitely beginning to improve. That's not perfect from the Hungry Geckos.
That was brave.
Federation got wide. Paul Darling's got a whole lot of speed on the front straight here as he also gets past the lap traffic, ends up right underneath the rear wing of Hungry Geckos, heading towards turn 1. Federation's driver's right-hand side, trying to take the best braking zone, but it's nose in front around the outside for Paul Darling. And Gatsu, reigning Rubber Rapids, move to 6th.
Aaron Reed and Slowered Expectations having another little moment up ahead of him. His car's sideways, struggling all over the place. And that's costing him even more time, letting Valhalla Motorsports, letting Paul Darling, letting Federation all catch up. They're just at the bottom of the S's. Camera flips to him. You can see in the same shot all 4 drivers. That's 4th place back to 7th place, all in one shot.
Remember, hjbc.live has your live timing, and it'll tell you that Paul Darling just did a 2:21. I think it's the fastest lap on wet tyres that we have seen. So definitely improving. And now right with Valhalla Motorsports, Matthew Wyckoff in the oak tree. Valhalla narrow in the middle, a bit wide on the exit, or wide in the middle and good drive on the exit is Paul Darling. So this is 3 cars for position down Madison Avenue.
Just staying in the wet stuff is Matthew. Opts to back out of it though, so it's Federation and Darling going by. Wyckoff gonna hook his bumper to the back of them and see if he can carry on.
Federation looks like he got a good line through Hogpen there. Darling, if anything, was a little too cautious on a track that's getting quicker minute by minute very rapidly now. Rain is gone. Toyota GR86s are clearing the water. Sun is clearing some of the water but not warming the track much just yet. It's the normal racing line. Is there any grip for braking there? No, not really. Quite sure the grip is there just yet.
Almost is. It's tricky.
So 2:27 from Aaron Reed last lap, 2:21 from Paul Darling. He's motoring. So is Hungry Gecko's behind him. Massive slide through South Bend.
Putting that pressure on Reed now.
And it's 2 hours to go. So it's 2/3 of the racing completed, just 1/3 of the ChampCar iRacing. VIR 6 hours left. I don't think Aaron Reed is quite in a mind to try to fight these guys. They've been very quick. It almost looks like a dry line down there now, you know.
Almost is. Not seeing a big difference on the wet, dry numbers. Ooh, nice move up the inside there by Darling, daring under the brakes. But yeah, it's getting real close. 2:21 last time by Austin Tucker. And with that draft, Darling might have even gone faster. Seeing now Spinny Boys. Which one is this? Looks like Yellow doing the classic spin and turn it back around.
Slowered Expectations are in the pit lane.
Ooh. Spicy.
Well, after that spin, Spinny Boys Yellow are only just ahead of Heartland Auto Sport. It's Frosted Sprinkle. Race leader had a bit of a moment as well. It's heading up the S's. Frost the Tucker, he gets the left-hand side one. Man.
Oh, and he's now shortcutting across the middle of the track, trying to rejoin, I think.
I don't think it's got a whole lot of damage, but it's going.
That car's running, but it's missing something. Something's not driving right there. Here's hoping it turns or stops. Oh boy, I don't think it's doing either. Oh boy.
Missed that by an inch, maybe less.
Trying desperately to get it back to the pits. And that's a tow.
And the third safety car of the race. Leader crashing heavily in the S's just as the track was beginning to dry. Spinny Boys yellow lead. Heartland Autosport Frosted Sprinkle in third. Gatsu Raining Rubber Rapids had gotten up into fourth with Hungry Geckos in fifth. And the pace car rolling down towards turn one as Shane Cameron leads them there.
Yeah, they'll pick up Shane Cameron going into one. And the hard-fought gaps of the strategy battle will be gone. Now the question is, will it be dry enough by the end of this caution period for anyone to think about dries? Hard to say.
I want to say if the leader just crashed on wet tires, no. But things change quickly.
The sun's beating down on it now. You gotta at least think about it.
Yeah, you got some of that summer afternoon sun through the clouds. Oh, behind the safety car, second place spins out. Kirill Bondar, just as he was about to catch.
Needs to
the leader. Man.
Oh, just gonna... I wonder. Now, does he hold those places? What does iRacing think?
He's off the track. He's lost him. I think he's lost them.
I think so.
As he was off the track. It is often a bit odd about, like, okay, if they're in the wall and not moving, you can pass them under safety car, no worries. Or you might be getting them back. You know, like, okay, if they're really super duper damaged, you can pass them, that's fine. It's like, they got one tire down. Can I pass them? Can I not?
Yeah.
So is it?
Well, read the latest development diary for iRacing. Sounded like there might be some work coming on that front. Race control AI, something to that effect. We'll have to see. Field's gathering back up, though.
Official track wetness gauge has gone to 50% from 67 previously.
And we've got stoppers. Shane Cameron, Spinny Boys Yellow, Kirill Bondar, Paul Darling carries on. So does Dennis Federation. Ryan Carwell Zach Balthazar stay out. Many of the lead lap cars, though, hitting the pits.
Yeah, the two that we saw pit not that long ago don't fancy it.
Cars trailing around. 1 hour 50 left on the clock. And a drying track to contend with. No one looking brave enough to be on dries. Except for maybe. I think I see Spinny Boys Green, who may have dry tires on.
I see that too.
We'll have to see. Sometimes our timing screen lies, but we'll have to see.
Lights off the pace car. Paul Darling for Gatsu, Raining Rubber Rapids leading from Hungry Geckos in second. Slow at expectations in third. Spinny Boys Green, Spinny Boys Yellow, Valhalla Motorsports, Heartland Autosports Frosted Sprinkles, Heartland Autosport Chocolate Chip. Then Legitimate Racing, Balthazar Motorworks, Spinny Boys Gold, Nyland Motorsport, and Sennheiser Racing Team. No rain happening, no more rain coming. And everyone will be a little curious about what the racetrack will look like when we go racing again. I think the Spinny Boys green car in fourth has gone to the dry tyres. I'm pretty sure Sennheiser Racing Team have. I'm watching the Sennheiser Racing Team car go around, and I'm like, yeah, that looks baby gazelle.
I've got Spinny Boys Green is the other one I gotta watch. So I've got them as dry tires. So we'll see how that looks going into one.
I'm going to say definitely for the Sennheiser Racing Team, as they've gone off at Oak Tree and resumed without hitting anything at safety car speed. So I only have... The only ones that this timing is telling me that I believe is Spinny Boys Green and Sennheiser Racing Team. Lights are off on the safety car. We're about to go racing again. Paul Darling leading. Dennis Federation in second and Orlando Harrell in third for Slowered Expectations. And it's racing again. Spinny Boys Green are the best placed Spinny Boys at the moment.
Second best. Gold's ahead of them technically, but I guess down the lap. Oh, they're close. Too wide all the way through the field.
Spinny Boys Green car definitely dropping back here, but Paul Darling and Dennis Federation getting away.
So is the Slowered Expectations car. We thought they might have those dry tires. Definitely looking comfortable.
A lot of too wide through the S's. It was a very packed up race start. Side by side from Legitimate and Nyland, I think, there for position. And Legitimate stays ahead through the S's. A couple of big wobbles in front of Navarro driving Nyland Motorsports.
Harrell has a big wiggle. Catches it. And that's Spinny Boys Gold going up the inside into Oak Tree. As is, that's Balthazar Motorworks going up the inside too. And Spinny Boys Green.
Spinny Boys Green's not driving like it's on slicks from what I can see. If you had a look at what Sennheiser Racing Team are doing, I believe slicks for that, but everyone else seems like they are still on the wet tyres here.
Still a lot of spray coming off these cars considering what the track condition says it is. How much time do you got to save though? Stops a minute. If you can lose less than a minute, this pays off.
First and second have left the rest of the pack absolutely in their dust. or their spray as it is at the moment.
Get the replay here. That's the chocolate chip car. Turning into hog pen and doing the usual, I think we can call it at this point.
We've seen a couple of variations of that maneuver.
I think you can put it in a Olympic gymnastic points book at this point. We've seen it so many times.
Pulling away very rapidly from the rest of the field. It's first and second place. Spinny Boys Green managing to work their way to third place off of this restart. So they were fourth, went back to fifth, now back up to third. Head of the Heartland Autosport Frosted Sprinkle. But here comes the revenge of the Frosted Sprinkle, and Spinny Boys Yellow looking down the inside of Oak Tree.
Yellow just confident up the inside line there.
Valhalla behind is the next car for position. It's lowered expectations than Heartland Autosport Chocolate Chip.
Giant Racing holding on tight to ninth place. First car lap down. But ahead of some of our leaders.
If you want to know what slick tires look like, Sennhauser Racing Team just had a spin through the S's. This is them. The thing you notice from the sort of the body language of a car on slicks is you've got to drive it a lot straighter, and when the tail does kick out, it's not savable like that.
Yeah, just gone. Yeah, so a little too early for dries. But I imagine the teams at the front got someone watching, seeing as soon as that starts to pan out.
By lap, the track is drier, and the race leader's just on a 2:18. I think I said that was my number, where I thought, you know, you're within 10 seconds of a pole dry lap, that it must be beginning to get close. Nylander off at the top of the S's. And in the barrier. But rolling.
Recovering nicely, but again, that
similar
same spot. Yeah. Ooh, that was a hard hit. But
saved by going tail in first, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, showing off how sturdy these GR86 cars are. They are very rugged in the sim. And Darling and Federation are just kind of putting on a clinic right now.
Lots of pace to burn over the rest of the field.
Yeah, driving away from the field. Oh, and Federation just has a moment in hog pen there.
Drops a couple of seconds further back away from the race leader.
Every bit of that, though, makes you feel like you got to be more aggressive at some point. I'm curious to see this. Up the inside is Austin Tucker, Spinny Boys Gold, making the pass on Ryan Carwile, Legitimate Racing. This is a lap down, but again, ahead of our leaders. And Spinny Boys Gold was the leader of the race prior to that incident that caught them out, caused the caution.
Carwell nearly got that wrong, gave just a little bit of a hello on the way in, but they all stayed on the road. Oh,
Replay here.
that's Sennhauser's.
And we're seeing them stuffed hard in the wall.
It's the same again,
That car
but
is
this time it goes further.
limping up the back straightaway under its own power. That motor doesn't look too healthy.
But doing a very good job of advertising, staying on wet tyres for the moment.
Mm-hmm. We'll see if they're able to limp it back to the pits. Hopefully they've got a faster pair left. Luckily, oil down's not simulated yet. Otherwise, someone would be paying a lot for kitty litter.
This is 4th and 5th place.
Ooh, and they touch.
And they touch again. Everyone wants to taste the frosted sprinkle.
It is actually interesting. What is a frosted sprinkle?
You know, I saw a video on how they make them, and the answer is sugar and food coloring, and then a little thing that binds it, and then you like bake them and tumble them.
Is a frosted sprinkle distinct from a sprinkle?
Gee. Well, if you look closely, I think you'll find that the top of the car is frosted, and then there are sprinkles in the frosting.
I see, I see. What do we got here, speaking of what I see? That's not the Geckos. That's Balthazar Motorworks, looks like, doing the usual at Hogpen. J-turn, not executed, 0 out of 10. Conditions still tricky out there. Drivers starting to find some lap time. We're seeing 218s at the front, but most of the field's still stuck around that 220 mark.
Yeah, 3 consecutive laps, mid 218s from the leader. 3rd place spins. Oh, they're all spinning at the yeses. So Spinny Boys Yellow lose a big chunk of spots.
We'll see it here, turns in and the car just starts to go away. Oh, and that was scary moments there for Ryan Carwell in the Legitimate Racing. Had to take evasive action. I was wondering where that set of tire tracks came from. Paul Darling still building the lead. Up to 6 seconds now on 2nd place. We got another one. This is Nyland going into South Bend. And going off at South Bend. Oh, touches the dirt. I did this, a very similar wreck to that, when I was in the Miata out here in the real world.
It's that point where they're all trying to push like the track is dry or drying. And it's not there yet.
217s from both our leaders.
Yeah, 217s from the leaders.
But 3rd and 4th place still in the 220s. So now it's the reverse of what it was when we were putting on the rain tires, you know? Before we were looking for where are the wet patches, now we're looking for where are the dry patches. Then build your racing line on top of it. No one seems to have quite gotten it yet. Spinning Boys green. Starting to feel some pressure from that looks like the frosted sprinkles behind. They're going to have a go up through the S's. Let's stay with them this time. It's been kind of exciting through here recently. Little puddle on the outside of the exit, coming down from the Patriot course. Another puddle at the apex to the left. Can't tell if it's just my angle, but it looks like the left rear tail light on that car is no longer working. Hopefully it's got a third light for the brakes. Looks pretty comfortable through there. But as they're pulling onto the straightaway, Paul Darling's pulling into the roller coaster, carrying on. And if you're Tucker and, if you're Lee in that green car, you're really thinking you got to find some pace right about now to try and catch up with those guys in the lead. Darling drifting on the exit. And
here to talk chocolate chips, frosted sprinkles from Heartland Autosport, Dakota Knapp.
How's it going, guys?
What is a frosted sprinkle?
So, a frosted sprinkle is just a sugar cookie with your choice of colored frosting on top with sugary sprinkles on top of that. It's typically those cookies that you see on the end caps of your local grocery store. The clear plastic container, there's typically 8 to 12 of them, and no one can ever just eat just one. You always end up devouring the entire package.
This makes so much sense.
Do you think there's anything about chocolate chips that the people don't understand, or maybe they miss the nuance of that?
Absolutely. There are so many different types of chocolate chips as well. There's mini chocolate chips. There's regular sized chocolate chips. You have sweet, semi-sweet, dark chocolate chips. You have chocolate chunks. So there's a really wide variety of chocolate chips, and I think it's overlooked quite significantly.
You think people are maybe sleeping on white chocolate chip and macadamia?
Not really, no.
Okay.
It's a popular cookie. Lots of people like it.
I'll give you that. It is a popular cookie. But I think as far as what the general consensus is when you have a variety of options, sure, it's going to be in the assortment, but really the shining stars are the frosted sprinkles and the chocolate chips.
What was behind getting 2 cars out to this VIR 6 hour?
We had so much fun last time at Watkins Glen in the BMW that I bought or coerced or convinced some friends to join along.
It's exactly what they said on the application. They're consistent.
So, here at Heartland Autosport, or Heartland Cookie Sport, we like to have fun. We like to share the fun with our friends. And this is a good place to do it. So,
now, how many times have you folks done the usual? We're about to see Spinning Boys Gold do their take on the usual here.
ooh, we're gonna see. I guess I have I have that reputation of making that outside pass in T1. So I tried to pass that knowledge down to them, and I think it'll work out well here in a few laps.
Interestingly, we've seen the gold car now go and hit the pit lane straight away, and I don't think that's for a driver change. Actually it is. It is for a driver change, yeah. But I was going to ask, are you folks starting to think about the dry tires?
Absolutely. There's, talking back and forth. We've got both teams in Discord together, so we're bouncing ideas and information off of each other. As far as when we're doing that, I couldn't say.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I understand. Seems like it's getting closer though. Our rain track wet meter seems to have hung at 50%. Mine isn't changing anymore. Where are the trouble spots right now?
Virginia International Raceway. The whole it's the whole track.
Well, we're seeing that. Matthew Wyckoff in that Valhalla Motorsports car just threw it off the track in front of the Spinny Boys. Yellow car. Your Frost
the real trouble spots are definitely a roller coaster and a hog pen. Like, you get those just a little bit wrong and you're toast. Or through the S's leading up the hill.
And Valhalla's just taking a Joker lap. I got nothing for that.
Interesting.
You've got Aaron Beaver. Have you considered recruiting all of the animals and making an offer to Fox?
Absolutely, yes. We are considering Lincoln Fox and Bill Otter as well.
What car would they get?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
Ooh.
I think what's the next Enduro? Is it back to GT4 BMW Porsche?
Well, that's a great question for the schedule maker, and he's not going to know, so I'm going to look it up really quickly.
Looks like it is Porsche BMW.
Yes, it is.
I believe so, yeah.
Not sure. We'll have to do some testing, check the bake time, check the ingredients, see what works well together. Chocolate chips, frosted sprinkles.
Well, speaking of testing, it looks like the Gold car is testing out some tires, some dry tires. Is that your car testing out the grass?
Yeah, yep. One of the secret ingredients to this whole racing thing is, and the cookie thing, is trying new and different, exciting ingredients that you wouldn't normally expect. So
you're definitely getting there.
Been up and down through the field for so many people, across these conditions. Right now, when the Frosted Sprinkle is alongside Spinny Boys Green for third position down Madison Avenue, the back straight. So with a long way to go to the braking zone at Roller Coaster, but it looks like off of the side draft, Heartland Autosports, Tyler Kvetko is gaining, if only just. There's a few other cars that are maybe headed for pit lane. Around the outside we go for a podium spot. Space demanded, space given. We remain side by side, heading down towards the hog pen, and Jason Lee, Spinny Boys Green, will just hold on to that third place. Thanks for joining us, Dakota. Best of luck to yourself, your teammates, and all of your ingredients, toppings, and snacks.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys. And just like last time, I believe it was you, David, I'm going to quote, "It does take a little heat for cookies to rise." And here at the end of the race, I think the temperatures are up.
That feels like something I would have said, even if I don't necessarily recall it. So thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Take it easy.
Cheers.
Did I say that? I probably said that.
I don't recall, but I do think that we missed the chance to ask him about cookies and milk. Regardless, we see another instance of the usual coming off a hog pen. I feel like we need to make apparel at this point. Either way, the Frosted Sprinkle and Spinny Boys Green battle continues. Green holding off the Frosted Sprinkles.
Still lots in the 217s. So we've hit a little bit of a plateau. Is that a cut of the track from Spinny Boys Green? They're still good.
Well, we've seen a few people get away with that one. I wonder if they'll give away enough. You can kind of give back a lot in one of these in Oak Tree there.
So, hey, we're side by side once again, but I think it's roles reversed. And you can see Spinny Boys Yellow sneaking up on the both of them as the Toyota GR86s side by side. And I never know which is the inside, which is the outside. Heading into roller coaster, the track jinks to the left, the main part of the corner is to the right. And Heartland Autosports get through into the third position.
You know, I never liked to pass around the outside into roller coaster. It does set you up for the right-hander, but man, oh man, is it sketchy having to trust someone else on the brakes on your inside. See Spinny Boys Green diving for the pit lane this time after getting past. Could it be an actual set of dry tires going on there? I think we saw gold on dry tires. Spinny Boys Gold trying out a few different things. The first lap was not very successful, but they do have the team cars in order to do some of that testing, so maybe with a little bit of heat in it, it's not so bad. Oh, up ahead there. That's Paul Darling trying to find his way around Cameron Sennhauser, the Sennhauser Racing Team car, and that was a tough way around for him.
Yes, so here we go. The two Spinny Boys cars that are still on the lead lap, green and yellow. They were in that order as they came in. They're in that order right now as they take service, and it looks like the driver changes go Ron Wolf into green, Matthew Dupuy into yellow, and slick tyres for the both of them.
Yeah. Longer stop for green, interestingly enough.
Could just be a fuel difference thing.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Well, how careful do you take this?
Gotta get some tire temp. Oh, and Wolf found the water.
There's a weird confirmation bias to some of this where when I think they've gone to one tire, I look at them and it's like, yep, they're definitely behaving like what I think it should look like. But no, that definitely looked very slick tire, no temperature, spun there for Spinny Boys Green.
We gotta start advocating for colored sidewalls, help us out.
Yeah, or more accurate sort of RFID reading.
Yeah, I'd accept that too.
So it's Valhalla Motorsports up in fourth, from Heartland Autosport Choc Chip in fifth. Choc Chip a bit faster last lap. I think I've just seen my first lap in the 2:16s from Hungry Geckos. So we are now only 9 seconds a lap away from what they were doing in the slick tyres, but it still looks treacherous as anything.
Yeah, there's still a surprising amount of spray coming off the track. Track temps haven't really recovered from where they were when the session started. 120 at that point, 71 Fahrenheit now. So it does look like the drivers are still struggling with just a very cool track. Even if the water is starting to get lifted off of it.
Gain here with Valhalla and Heartland. It's a puddle and a half there. Still a bit water pooling in the curbs on the way up through the S's. And South Bend, hopefully, a little easier to drive than it was in the heaviest part of the rain. Valhalla moved to one side. Are they still in search of a bit of water in places? Just
Would make
splashing their
sense.
tyres through.
Yeah, if you're running those wets and you're a little worried about it, you want to stretch them. No harm in cooling them off.
I'm not convinced I've ever seen anyone really overheat and cook a set of wet tyres, though.
True. Real world habits can die hard, though. But a good stint here for Matthew. Driving through the worst of the wet.
Great time to have your eyes on some live timing. hjbc.live has got some. That's our live timing for ChampCar iRacing series. 216.4 from the leaders, who we are incredibly confident are still on wets. It's some of the other cars in the mid-pack. We wonder if they thought it was time to move away from the wet tyres.
I did think both yellow and green had switched to dries, and Ron Wolf has just had an incident through the bus stop that would suggest to me that not the bus stop, the roller coaster, that would suggest to me that he is still on the dries, the way that car spun around. And really hard to peg the transition. Ooh, Chocolate Chips just had an incident too.
Yeah, before South Bend. So in the battle for 4th and 5th, here they were at the top of the S's, right in behind their rival. Maybe got a bit of the concrete, maybe turned in too sharply, maybe got a little bit of a slippery bit, but did not hit the wall, which is ever so important. You can recover from a slide and losing 5 seconds, but you just got to keep it out of the wall. It's the highest running car that we think might be on slicks. Spinny Boys yellow and Spinny Boys green, 7th and 8th.
Haven't seen them match the pace yet.
No, and that's the kind of thing that always convinces you they must be on slicks, because if they were on wets, they'd be going quicker.
Yeah. 2:15 last time by for Hungry Geckos. Oh. Let's see moments all over the track. Sennhauser Racing had a little moment there, but they'll carry on. But things starting to resume a sense of normalcy after that rain shower. Darling was out ahead before. Darling back out ahead after.
Now this is one to watch, because I'm pretty sure Spinny Boys Gold went for slicks, and Nyland Motorsport is still on wets here. So you see where the difference of their pace is, and also the difference in the straight line speed. Yeah, Spinny Boys Gold are out dragging them for sure in a straight line.
Yeah, even with the draft going to the Nyland guys.
And look how much more confidence Nyland have through here. They can take any line.
I really wonder what the crossover point is. 2:15.5, 2:15.2 for first and second place last time.
I think if your leaders had to stop a lap ago or 2 laps ago, they would have gone to slicks, but they don't. They've got the fuel to go another, 5 or 10 laps. And so with that, why take the risk when you're leading by 45 seconds or something?
True.
But if this is what we think it is in this battle, it shows we're very, very close. Because there's no clear winner. Spinny Boys Green go for an adventure at the top of the S's.
Yeah, I got past at the bottom and then
Oh
was
no.
kinda off their line.
Well, that's 3 wheels on the wagon for them now. They were off their normal line on the way in as they got lapped. Curb on the left-hand side. Wall.
This does hurt the car. I think they've got a flat, potentially. Certainly a wheel that's not behaving very well from a suspension point of view.
Forgot to ask Dakota if they were also going to sign Ron Wolf.
This will be an interesting trip through the roller coaster. Hopefully it slows down a little early. Team car coming up behind. We got Spinny Boys Gold and Milan Motorsport coming through. Safely clears. And the car not turning too good to the left.
No, with only one working front wheel. They are going to cut the queue, the roller coaster, and have to be very, very careful about how they get it back to the other side for the pit entry. 2:14.5 from the race leader. That's only 7 seconds away from their fastest lap of the race, and I believe they have the fastest lap of the race. This all motor works, 4 laps on slicks. It still is difficult. It would be very difficult to go to those dry tyres right now, but I think the performance would be there.
I think I would be going, but I probably would have gone 15 minutes ago and regretted it. So. Ron Wolf back in the car for Spinny Boys Green.
Yeah, they didn't even have time for a driver change there, so it's just...
Oh, just repairs for him, yeah.
Yeah, just the repairs to get Spinny Boys Green back out on track. This is your race leader leading by 8 seconds and into some pace that we have not seen since before the rain started coming down 3.5 hours ago, I think. And so each lap going quicker and quicker, beginning to reach lap times that surely begin to necessitate dry tyres. But I'm not seeing a definite dry line in some of these places. So exactly how it works. It's 2:14.1 from them and from second place.
Does really seem like the cool track is holding them back right now. Like the track is just not taking any heat.
And that looks like a tough ride.
Yeah, I took a wide line on the entry and found some water out there. Driving pretty much a dry line, just with the wet tires.
Yeah, this is second place Hungry Geckos. This is third place Heartland Autosport Frosted Sprinkle. And fourth place Valhalla Motorsports. Heartland Autosports Choc Chip is in fifth at the moment. Looking at the replay for Spinny Boys Green. Car that had just been in for some repairs and that we believe is on some slick tyres and is really having a difficult time of it right now.
Yeah, top 6 have all held on to those sweats pretty much as long as they can.
Lowered expectations too. Orlando Herald at the moment. We have seen Cossack.
Ooh, issue for our leader. Not this big of an issue though. Holy. Hard hit there for legitimate.
That thing's going nowhere.
And that's a yellow for the toe.
Oh, the leaders have just gone past.
Oh.
So it's going to be a while for the pace car to pick them up.
Now, does anyone third place? Frosted Sprinkle's going to be coming by. Do they sneak in for a cheeky dry tire here?
Well, I don't think pit lane opens. And then it won't actually for kind of like 2 laps now. Because it'll take a while before. See, the lights are on the safety car, but it hasn't rolled yet.
It hasn't rolled. So proceeding at close to racing speeds. That car is making a lot of smoke in the pit lane.
Yes, barbecue right now for legitimate racing.
Better hope there's some legitimate mechanics on that team.
They might need legitimate spares. But it was as nasty an impact as I think we've seen.
Yeah, definitely one of the hardest ones of the day. Lots of little spins out there, but big hit at the end.
Last lap before the caution, Hungry Gecko's 213.9.
Makes a guy wonder.
It does make a fella wonder.
We're definitely in final stop range.
For sure.
So, is it final stop and commit? Is it final stop and wets? Hard to say.
So the pace car beginning to catch parts of the field. So you see first place, you see Spinny Boys yellow, you see Hungry Geckos. And this goes to demonstrate exactly how far ahead of the rest of the field first and second place was. Because third is still a long way from catching them.
And our leader is cleaning off the bumper on the rear of the driver's seat of the pace car, sticking their nose in. You see a replay here of the accident that caused this caution. Legitimate Racing turning in, and that left-hand curb is killer. It'll bite you, and it bit there. Cars hitting the lane, all the leaders. And the first one pull away is Christian Peeler and the Hungry Geckos. A little bit of fuel save come into play there. Tyler Kvetko, Frosted Sprinkle. Third place is Thomas Tomey in that Kazoo Raining Rubber Rapids car. Looks like the fourth one to peel away will be Dakota Knapp in the Heartland Autosport Chocolate Chip car, hoping to make up some of the ground that was lost under the rain. So things are shaken out under the pace car here. All the drivers and teams who did not stop initially get that lap wave around if they were a lap down. And the drivers form back up. Slower to expectations doesn't take a pit stop. Despite being 24 laps now into their stint. Saving some fuel under the caution. Lifting and coasting, turning the car on and off. First of the cars who pitted is Hungry Geckos. Christian Peeler coming out of the pit lane first, like we said. Tyler Kvetko, second of the cars who pitted, third on the track. That's the that's the Frosted Sprinkle car. The Gazoo Raining Rubber Rapids car, with its multiple liveries, is third. Dakota Knapp, fourth of the cars who pit. Clayton Davis, fifth of the cars who pit. Spinny Boys Yellow will be sixth of the cars who pit. And Island Motorsports, seventh. And the first a lap down.
This is such an interesting decision from Slowered Expectations, because we were looking, first of all, they don't have fuel to go to the end, and here's a safety car that they could take. But also, I mean, look at the racetrack, the times that they were doing on wet tires. You would have thought this is about crossover and the best time for it as well.
Maybe they feel there's a few more laps on the wets. That's the only thing I can imagine. Have seen the cars struggle with that a bit. Interesting formation here coming to the green.
Safety car's in, and we are not going green. But the safety car's already in, so...
Yeah, drivers weren't quite formed up right. Listen. So the field is slowing down, letting the pace car come through. Get them all caught up. Coming this time to the green. iRacing pace car working hard for us. And it's green. Drivers are going.
So Slow-It Expectations lead on wet tyres and a low fuel tank, while behind them is many cars that stopped with that caution and took slick tyres, took fuel, or we think took slick tyres. Watch the behaviour of all of them through turn one. And I guess maybe try to work some of it out for yourself. It's been a while since the rain stopped. The racetrack is definitely drying, but it's always a question of how dry is dry enough, because only very dry is safe. Partially dry can be very dangerous.
Yeah, and it'll be a new track for a lot of drivers, finding their way around on these dry tires for the first time.
So a longish stop for the 55, and that's how they've ended up in this position of fourth. So Slow-It Expectations, who stayed out, Hungry Geckos and Heartland Autosports, who had pretty quick stops, and it's dropped the GRRR into fourth place. Big check up through Oak Tree here. Slow-It Expectations, Orlando Herald still maintaining that race lead over some cars behind them, looking to find their feet, but there's no doubt that we're not too far away from slick tyres being the obvious, correct, and fastest choice for the conditions. You still see water in places, but most of the track is looking dry. Spray is very minimal until they pull off the racing line, and with this straight line speed, here comes Hungry Geckos ahead of Slow-It Expectations. Frosted sprinkle through as well. Now side by side is Thomas Toomey trying to go around the outside, but there's contact, and Slow-It Expectations push off a little bit wide and get spun around.
And that's tough. The wet tires not paying off for Slow-It Expectations. They were just getting gobbled up by the field. 25 lap old tires on that car. Of course, they didn't stop under the yellow.
Here's a second. One car gets through. Second car gets through. Third one here.
I'm watching again. There's a little drama. Oh, little drama on the front straightaway. Valhalla Motorsports dived inside, found a puddle on the slicks, and ended up spun out into the grass. You're gonna see a replay here. They're coming to the start finish line. A little checkup ahead of them. They split. He finds the puddle, and that puddle will just send you flying. And sure enough, it did. Manages to take advantage of the generous runoff areas, though, and things continue.
High drama on the race restart. Hungry Geckos pulling away from Heartland Autosport, Frosted Sprinkle. Heartland Autosport, Choc Chip in the third place now. Has got to Raining Rubber Rapid in fourth sometime back.
Yeah, slow stop there from the guys who ran in Rubber Rapids last time by to put their final driver, Thomas Toomey, in the car. And it was because of that they got separated from the leaders. They'll have to make up some ground here in the dry. 5-second gap now between first and fourth. Hungry Geckos looking good for a win here, and this could be a big win. Good from the lead, not for a win necessarily. But if they can hold on to a top three finish here, they're looking good for a win in the points championship, potentially. Not leaving a lot of room for anyone to sneak by.
So that's your top three. You still see a bit of spray. All of your Spinny Boys cars together here, but not all on the same lap after damage and delay that Spinny Boys Gold took, going into the wall hard at the top of the S's. These are the 55. 5 laps on these slick tyres. Spinny Boys yellow and green went to them earlier. Maybe had a little bit more opportunity to get some temperature into them.
And they're coming around. Let's see if we get... we'll see. The laps are already looking quick.
Yeah, 2:10s and probably going even quicker now. So we're so close to full dry track times from those on slick tyres. Obviously not completely. There's a couple of curbs that they can't trust, a couple of puddles of water that are dangerous. But we're going to see what this lap time is about to complete. Still need the wipers from spray coming up in places. 209s from your leaders.
Just starting to see the track temp reach an ambient, so most of the water coming off the pit lane at least. Oh, and a big moment there. Yeah, from the frosted sprinkles. That's Tyler Kvetko running wide on the exit of NASCAR and having to rejoin, letting the chocolate chip car by. And that's for a podium position.
Yeah, change, a swap between the Heartland cars. It's Heartland Autosport frosted sprinkle ran wide. Choc chip went into second. Hungry Geckos still lead. It's a slim gap.
Our top two have opened up that gap. Now 2 seconds between them, but 5 seconds back to Kvetko in third place, and Thomas Twomey in that Gazoo Rainian Rubber Rapids car.
Go through the roller coaster and hog pen. This was the first part of the racetrack where the rain arrived at, and it's potentially the last to dry out. It still looks like there's a bit more spray. They've got to be a bit more careful through there, whereas other places, lower S's, perhaps even at turn 1 here, doesn't seem to be any problem right now. Spinny Boys Gold and Legitimate Racing are a lap down, but having a pace to stick with the leaders and having their own little battle here. Slowered expectations pit because their wet tyres are just not holding up anymore on what's clearly a dry track and a slick tyre race course. So Spinny Boys Gold just in front of the blue, white and red Legitimate Racing. It feels weird to say the colours in that order. I always say red, white and blue.
Unless you're French, we might say that differently.
Well, I'm not, so I can order a cappuccino any time of the day. Then it's for position between Heartland Autosport Frosted Sprinkle, Gatsu Raining Rubber Rapid, and Spinny Boys Yellow. Our graphics package is designed for people's human names, and so occasionally some of these team names are very long, and you've seen them quite compressed on the top 10 order, for example. There is the slick tires on for slowered expectations.
Looking too wide on the inside is Matthew Dupuis in that Spinny Boy Yellow car. Putting some pressure on Foamy in that Raining Rubber Rapids car.
Yeah. All of your top 6 underneath 2 minutes 10, when the fastest lap of the race is at 2 minutes 7.5. We're absolutely talking a dry track now. It was wet, very wet for a bit. The leaders were doing 235s towards the 240s. There were a couple of corners that were consistently trouble spots. I'm not sure they're past all of the trouble yet. Certainly the pace of the race increased significantly.
Oh, that's the
second place.
Frosted Sprinkle going around.
The oak tree.
Must have been one of the roots. Caught him out.
Looked like they just got the grass or the curb on the outside as well, and a whole group of cars go through. So GRRR went through. Now Spinny Boys Yellow are going to challenge them for second place. Spinny Boys Green right there as well. Those are the cars for position that all went through. Spinny Boys Yellow go to third on this drying track.
It's still spicy in that top pack. Dupuis now going to have to deal with a run from Gazzarini behind him, and potentially from Spinny Boys Gold, third in the line. Oh, it's not Gold. Oh, it's the biggest dive bomb of all time from Sean Fritz in Legitimate Racing. He makes it stick though.
That's a pass on Spinny Boys Gold, as well as unlapping themselves off GRRR. I don't know what's going on with Legitimate Racing there, but they had a big move down the inside. Maybe forced a bit of a reaction out of some of the other cars around. Spinny Boys Green also got ahead of Spinny Boys Gold. A lap apart, but it's cars on track that moved ahead of them. Oh, Legitimate Racing have a look through Oak Tree, but it almost invites GRRR to get back at them and be able to line up on Spinny Boys Yellow once more. It's a big mess. 3 cars on one lap, 2 cars on another lap, all battling each other for position, heading into the end of the straight at a roller coaster where the car in front runs off the road. Spinny Boy's yellow dipped 2 tires in the grass, and what's wet, slippery grass it must be as well, putting GRR all over them. And Spinny Boy's green, a position there as well, right in this if either car runs off the road. Here we are with Spinny Boy's gold. 10th position. 9th is Legitimate Racing up there.
Whew.
And the cars a lap ahead to them, 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Matthew Dupuis is exploring the track limits. 2 tires off on the exit of NASCAR, 2 tires on the inside of the lower S's. He's finding every little bit of speed that he can right now, trying to hold off Thomas.
Through South Bend, it's that curb on the outside you don't want to get too much of in the middle of the corner. You can run all of it on the far side of the curb on the exit by the looks of things right now. That's dried pretty well.
It's really tricky out there in Oak Tree because it feels like 1 foot early on the brakes and you miss the outside curb by 5 feet. Got them nose to tail going into roller coaster. No pass attempt this time. And then 1 foot later on the brakes and you got 2 tires on the curb. It's just one of those corners where tiny differences make the whole world. Meanwhile, while this pack is battling, the leaders are just putting in the fast laps, pulling away. You got Hungry Geckos 2:08.5 last time by, a 2:09.4 for Dakota Knapp in that chocolate chip car. And these guys are all running in the 2:11s in this battle for 3rd place. The battle is costing them.
So then back to 3rd, a couple of car lengths over all of the chaos. Spinny Boys green getting down the inside of Legitimate Racing. Now you have the battle side by side between Spinny Boys gold and Legitimate Racing. Legitimate Racing hold the inside.
They'd really like to be on the lead lap.
Can't full commit to that, bouncing across the curb. Still some water being held in the curbs, but that's about all the spray we're seeing now.
Apparently 15% of the track is still wet, but I don't think that it's anywhere near the racing line at this point.
Doesn't seem to be the bits these guys are using. Thomas Truman's going to line up Matthew Dupuis, and they are going to go side by side heading towards the roller coaster. GRR had its nose slightly ahead. It's a braking battle through the roller coaster, and I think that's the move done.
Yeah, that puddle on the inside there is in play, and Thomas went right through it. Had a big twitch, but managed to hold it.
It's a spinny trio right now. Close as I've seen them all race.
Yeah. 3 team cars racing together.
What's the first rule of racing, Devon?
Oh, don't wreck your teammates.
Spinny
But
Boys green right up underneath the rear wing of their teammates are going to loop it around at turn 1.
That may have been self-inflicted. Not going to lie.
Ceding track position to Heartland Autosport. Frosted Sprinkle as well.
That
And
one
I
counts.
think Gold got ahead of Yellow? No.
I think yellow's still ahead. Yeah, confirmed.
I don't know if I saw that coming, but I felt like I kind of saw that coming.
Definitely at least a case of the commentator's curse, you know.
I don't think saying it looks like they're too close to each other is a curse. I think that's accurate reporting of the circumstances that led to what unfolded.
Potato, potato.
Reporting on earthquakes doesn't cause tsunamis.
Oh, who knows? Either way, we've now got a group of 4 battling for 3rd place on the podium. Tyler Kvetko trying to make up some ground. He's got about 5 seconds to make up. If that group, though, gets to battling again, we could definitely have, that group of 3 gets to battling again. We could see the whole game going once again. It's not a group of 3. It's Thomas Tuomi and Matthew Dupuis in 3rd and 4th, and it is Tyler Agostino in Speedy Boys Gold and Legitimate Racing Sean Fritz in 9th and 10th. In the same vicinity, fighting with each other. Team Nyland's back on the screen. And doing a drifting display. Unfortunately. Been a hard go for that team. Atypical. Typically we see Lincoln Fox right at the front end of these things.
Well, it's under half an hour to go. We think everyone's made their final pit stop, perhaps with the exception of Spinny Boys Gold.
Yeah. Hard to say. Don't know if we've seen anyone run the tank all the way dry yet.
No, the rain came before the end of the first stint, and then multiple cautions through that, as well as it was raining. This is the leader. Now 3.5 seconds away from Heartland Autosport's Choc Chip, 13 seconds ahead of 3rd place.
13 laps to go, potentially. And that's, as I kind of alluded to earlier, that's a big deal for Christian Peeler and Dennis Federation. They could, if they can lock this one up, that'll mean a 2nd place, a 1st place, and a 1st place. That locks them into the points championship, potentially. Remembering there's 1 drop week. Isn't there? Maybe I'm crazy. Gotta double check the points. No, got that wrong. Drop weeks are in this regular season. No drop weeks in Enduro points. But it'll make it tough for anyone to overtake him.
You've still got to perform at the final Enduro.
Ah, yes, yes, yes. We mixed up the point system this year. There we go.
Or more accurately to say, we actually correctly wrote it down this time.
There you go.
Spinny Boys Yellow was very close, but then backed it off a little bit into Oak Tree. So I'm seeing really good pace from this red 55 right now, but what I don't see is a path to them easily closing the gap to Hungry Geckos to be able to fight them on a level playing field. Because right now they can trade their times back and forth with Hungry Geckos. They can match the pace of the leading car, but they're just behind. And if they were right with Hungry Geckos, you think we'd see a fight, but it's 13 seconds that's going to be tough to close up.
Well, the leaders just made a mistake. That's Christian Peeler and the Hungry Geckos turning in into NASCAR, getting all kinds out of shape before retaking the track. That'll have cost them a few seconds there. And just see the end of it there. They turned in and wiggled, all 4 tires off.
About 1 second lost. Long shot there. You see second place Heartland Autosport Choc Chip, and then the train with third and fourth. Yeah, another long shot up the S's. Gives you an idea of how the race is going to play out, where we stand in this final 23 minutes.
Haynes, I've gone and reread, and I can accurately describe the points championship. So, it is your best 2 results added to your final round result. So we'll be heading to our final round at Road America for our next endurance round. And there'll be the results of that race plus your final or your best 2 results. The lowest total wins. So, still lots to play for, but the Gecko is looking to upgrade from a 2 and a 1 to a 1 and a 1 as their best 2 results from the season, giving themselves some breathing room heading into that final round.
What would they get if they had a 1 and a 2 and a 1, 2, 3, 4?
I think some like sort of 50s kind of, you know, Beach Boys, Beatles style music, you know.
That'd be nice, but not as valuable.
Yeah, true. Checking back in on 3rd and 4th place. Things are getting a little tighter. 9th and 10th are still fighting right behind them. And so they're 3rd and 4th are having to push pretty hard to keep the Spinny Boys Gold car behind.
One last thing that we haven't got into as much here as I think was relevant at Watkins Glen or Daytona is the incident limit. So there is a drive-through after 50 incidents. No one's got there yet, surprisingly. But it's definitely something that could be in play late on.
We have a few teams that are cracking 40 on my end. But instant counts are not always accurately reported to other members of the session.
They're not if you look at JRT. They are if you look in Sim and you're a server admin. Those are cold hard facts on that side. Definitely dry weather pace right now. 209s, 208s. Haven't seen anyone get back into the 207s that were possible right at the very start of the race. And you think back then, the track temperature was way hotter than it is right now. So if the track was dry and cool, we'd be going even quicker.
Yeah, and as you say, the 207 pops up on the board from the Wheeler-driven Gecko's car. But yeah, I think you're right about the track temp making it a little tougher. I was oohing and ahhing, not because of the 07, but because Matthew Dupuy in that Spinny Boys yellow car got wicked loose coming out of Hawk Pen. Almost saw the usual once again, but managed to gather it up. And then instead of losing momentum, the teammate, Tyler Agostino behind, hooked up on the rear bumper and gave that team car a push. So we are seeing a little bit of team support here happening at the end of this race. Maybe rather than making the aggressive move to try and get that lap back, keep pulling away from 10th, the team car decides to stay behind and push.
Everything looks a lot more stable and in control through the S's than it did for quite some time in the middle of this race.
Yeah. Well, and props to Dakota Knapp for finding the rhythm once again. You know, there was a few hard laps there towards the end of that rain stint for him, or early on in that rain stint, I should say. Granted, everyone was struggling at that point, but has gotten back in the car, Dakota, and has found a really solid pace here through this final stint. One of our big gainers on the day. 8 places up since the start.
Matched only by Spinny Boys Yellow, which was the weakest qualifying of the Spinny Boys, but now is the leader of them.
There's a reason they used to show up with, 14 Porsches and 6 Ferraris and, all that at Le Mans. At least one of them will pan out.
Near identical lap times between first and second. The gap between them remains very static. Things are a little bit more dynamic back in third, fourth. Doesn't really feel like Suomi is being pressured much by Dupuy.
Yeah, it just seems to have just about enough to stay in the draft, but not enough to really go and kind of get on that bumper. Not at this point, anyway. Oh boy. I've jinxed that.
Okay, Spinny Boys Yellow around at Oak Tree, unfortunately.
Yeah, just gets a little deep under brakes, a little too much weight on the nose, and that rear end whips around. Good evasive action from the teammate. I think there was a little contact, but not enough that either car should really suffer.
And where does Spinny Boys Yellow recover to? Just in front of Heartland Autosport Frosted Sprinkle, who has the run towards the braking zone. See the nose dive big time for both cars once they stamp the brakes on. Both lines through there should be dry enough now, but Spinny Boys Yellow stays ahead.
Yeah, for a second I thought Vetko had locked up the left side tires, but it was actually just a puddle that he splashed through on the inside. Not a puff of smoke, but a puff of mist.
certainly not done yet. And both Heartland Autosport cars have looked very strong since we restarted in the dry.
Yep, 14 minutes on the clock, about 7 laps. Pretty sure that everyone will be good on fuel, barring some sort of tragic miscalculation.
Yeah, now, I had Spinny Boys Yellow as a question mark on that, to be honest.
Yellow or green?
Yellow, green, and gold.
I guess they have done 28 laps on these tires.
Yeah. 28 laps since they last filled. 32 for Spinny Boys Gold, I think.
Yeah, so I might actually see one more stop out of them.
Spinny Boys Green coming up on the back of this. Now, it says that their tyres are 28 laps old, but they then stopped for fuel just after that.
So I was
Yeah.
wondering if I might
Yeah.
get,
Nyland Motorsport are the first to cross 50 incident points and are currently doing their drive-through.
yeah, might be a good morning for some of these other teams, though. We're seeing a few creeping up.
Here's Heartland Autosport Frozen Sprinkle. Oh, Nyland rejoin right in front, and they see a battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th barreling down towards turn 1. They want none of it. Legitimate Racing have had dramas at turn 1. And so now they're slow as the battle for 4th and 5th appears. Spinny Boys Yellow are probably, because of that, just going to stay in front. Not much else Legitimate could do, to be honest. And 4th, 5th, 6th place, steam on through.
Tough luck for Nyland. Has to take an instant point to just get out of the way of that battle, barreling down towards turn 1.
Good news is that they had 20 more after that drive-through. Bad news if they have to use all of those up in the remaining 12 minutes of this race.
This battle is close, though. So the podium position is starting to look a little bit calmer. 3 seconds from first to second, 12 seconds from first to third. But this battle for 4th through 6th is hot stuff in the final 12 minutes of this race.
And if Spinny Boys Gold has to stop again, then Legitimate Racing will probably gain a spot. Green side by side with Heartland. Heartland looking at Spinny Boys Yellow. Oh, riding a little bit of the curb and going half spun.
Yeah, tough one there. 2 lines converge into one. But if you're the car on the inside on that curb, a little bit tough.
Spinny Boys Yellow and Green here in the 4th and the 5th. Really no longer that far ahead as Valhalla Motorsports came through on Heartland Autosport Frosted just then. Because now with the 10 minutes to go, predicted 5 more laps Hungry Geckos last stopped 22 laps ago. Heartland Autosport Chocolate Chip last stopped 22 laps ago. Gutsu Raining Rubber Rapids stopped 22 laps ago. You imagine that they're all good. Longest we saw was sort of approaching the 37, 38 laps. So the car running longest since it last stopped. Sennhauser Racing Team 36 laps ago. Spinny Boys Gold 34 laps ago. Here's Spinny Boys Green getting ahead of Spinny Boys Yellow for fourth. Ron Wolf ahead of Matthew Dupuy.
Yeah, a little bit of teammate pressure there. Wolf pushing, leaning on Matthew Dupuy in the gold or in the yellow car.
And there's Valhalla right with them. Behind Nyland and Legitimate.
So, following this pack now. We got 4th through 7th with a couple lap cars in the middle of it. 3rd car in line and the 5th car in line, a lap down. But providing some valuable draft, I'd say, to the other members of the battle. Oh, and a big tank slapper in the back of the line there for Tyler Kvetko. That's going to be a punishing one as they come onto the back straight here. Cost you a lot of momentum.
Now that we're back in the
6th, yeah, all in a row coming across the line.
back in the dry conditions, these cars kind of want to behave like magnets again, snapping together and then inseparable. Spinny Boys Green just a little wide in turn one.
Easy braking point to miss. Come up on it pretty quick there.
Yeah, it's a big stop. Spinny Boys Yellow probably want their teammates in green to keep moving because Valhalla is breathing down their neck. Tyler Kvetko putting on some pressure in a couple of ways, any way that he can.
Seeing any headlights flashing yet?
Giving it a good bit of a go. My understanding from the onboard then is actually that there's either a headlight flashing button in the center console, or you do need to use the stalk because there's not many buttons on the wheel.
A rarity in today's automobiles.
Yeah, if there's only 2 or 3 on the wheel, then you'd have radio and engine kill probably as a priority. Goes Valhalla Motorsports nose in front of Spinny Boys Yellow. And ahead. And braking on time for the roller coaster. Up into 5th place. Valhalla Motorsports.
Clean move there from Clayton Davis. Not so confident in the wet, but once he came back on the dry track here, he's been putting in quick laps. This one will be a quick one on the stopwatch, I bet. 2:08.7 with an overtake. Not quite as fast as the 2:08.1 he pulled last time by, but still doing pretty well. And one more car up the road for him.
Yeah, could still try to get another spinny boy.
Might only have 2 more times around to try it out.
Yeah, it's about 2.5 to go for these drivers because of where the clock is at. I do believe Hungry Geckos will get around far enough that they won't get the white flag next time, but afterwards. So from here, still 2 and some laps for the leader. Now 5 seconds ahead of Heartland Autosports Choc Chip. 3rd place, GRR. Been pretty quick the last few laps, but again, it's just a vanishingly small amount of time left to be able to close up the gap that Hungry Geckos have had. Valhalla Motorsports have caught Spinny Boys green. Significant late race charge here from Clayton Davis. In the matter of the last half an hour, passing Heartland Autosports, Frosted Sprinkle, passing Spinny Boys Yellow. Now lapping Spinny Boys Golds, who've dropped back to right with Legitimate Racing for position. We're side by side for 4th and 5th as well.
Yeah, it's getting spacey up in the NASCAR. Over under into left hook. Not sure there's a move here. It's on though. And Agostino backs off to let his teammate through, but accidentally let Sean Fritz by for 10th. Ron Wolf under a lot of pressure here from Clayton Davis. Holds the inside heading into the S's. You're just praying that enough water's gone off those curbs to be able to jump him like this.
All of these Spinny Boys cars looking like they might be quite a fair bit short on fuel. Spinny Boys Gold are dropping and still dropping and still dropping, so they lost on position to Legitimate Racing. And I wonder if Spinny Boys Yellow or maybe even Green are in a similar situation. There's Gold dropping back even further at the tail of all of this.
Gold's on 37, 38. These guys are only 34, 35, so they might still have enough. Either way, it's a white flag for our leader this time by, and I confirmed it. I can see the flag waving.
Yep, Hungry Geckos Christian Peeler starts the final lap of the ChampCar iRacing VIR 6 hour. Just 5 seconds ahead of Heartland Autosports Choc Chip, and then in 3rd. One of the other strongest cars that we've seen from the race, pace-wise, both in the dry and in the wet. Gatsu Raining Rubber Rapid. The positions yet to be decided are the ones back here, though, with Spinny Boys Green in 4th, Valhalla Motorsports in 5th, aligning them up to maybe try to pass them in towards turn 1 or into the roller coaster on the final lap. Spinny Boys Yellow look like they can do nothing to get up to this battle and fight it out with them. Spinny Boys Gold had dropped 3 or 4 seconds off the back of this as well. So they have no pace to fight legitimate racing with. Once again, it's Ron Wolf on the defensive in Spinny Boys Green, now sandwiching Valhalla Motorsports' Clayton Davis with the Spinny Boys Yellow of Matthew Dupuy closing in just a tiny bit more over this lap so far. Your leader is halfway around on the final lap.
Christian Peeler coming up the hill towards Roller Coaster. Got to think he's got a smile on his face. 4 seconds, 5 seconds now back to Dakota Knapp in second. Third place, Thomas Twomey, another 5 behind that. The battle continues, though, in Oak Tree. Oh!
And the green car is off. Valhalla Motorsports in a fourth. Spinny Boys Yellow and right there. Spinny Boys Green car is back into 6th place after Valhalla made a late attempt at the pass. Well, they finished second in a Mustang at Daytona. They won in a Porsche at Watkins Glen. They'll win in a Toyota at VIR. Hungry Geckos are 2 wins on the trot in ChampCar iRacing team endurance events. Heartland Autosports Choc Chip have crossed in second, with Gatsu reigning Rubber Rapids in third.
Battle continued for fourth, but ultimately it's going to be Clayton Davis crossing the line in fourth, with Matthew Dupuy and Spinny Boys Yellow crossing in fifth. Behind them, a couple lap cars going for position, Sean Fritz and Lincoln Fox. And then 6th place at the line, we've got Ron Wolf, followed closely by Tyler Kvetko. In 7th, last car across the line will be Tyler Agostino, out of fuel and rolling it.
He is not at the line yet. The line's where the flagger is.
Justin Woods is coming.
Seriously, he is, but just made it in time.
Yeah, not quite enough. And Cameron Sennhauser will be our final driver, finishing today 13th place. And the brother Logan Cameron duo gets through a long one, a tough one, and finishes lucky number 13.
Well, this is how they crossed the line. Hungry Geckos are well pleased with themselves. 6 hours of racing in some pretty challenging conditions. They win from Heartland Autosport Choc Chip and Gatsu reigning Rubber Rapids. I still don't know quite where that team name has come from, but it's a challenge. Valhalla Motorsports crossed the line in 4th from Spinning Boys Yellow, Spinning Boys Green, Heartland Autosport Frosted Sprinkle, Slow at Expectations, Legitimate Racing, Spinny Boys Gold, Balthazar Motorworks, and then Nyland Motorsport and Sennhauser Racing Team. All of our teams that started took the checkered flag 6 hours later.
Yeah, honestly, despite the rain, despite the spins, pretty solid race. You know, clean racing for the most part all the way through. Shame to see the final corner and final laps there, but for 4th place, but good race from all the teams that showed today.
Well, there's a handful of them who are right ready to speak with us. So if we have a look at who we've got, I'm always a fan of going 3rd, 2nd, 1st on the podium. From the 55, we can get Paul Darling and Thomas Twomey. Congratulations. I believe a pretty busy day for you, Paul.
Yeah, that's for sure. Trying to balance 2 races at once was a little bit compromising, but ended up being a lot of fun. And I think we had a great time. We don't want to speak for Thomas, but I think we had a really fun race.
what is a Gatsu Rara?
You can take that one, Thomas.
It was just produced by like a chat GPT answer for like the race. Right? Yeah, we were just describing issues with people spinning out on the rubber, and that's what it produced.
Beautiful. Love some AI generation.
I was imagining one of those water park rides where you're in one of the inflatable rubber tubes going down some rapids.
Yeah, I think
Curious,
there's a ton of different ones.
curious what that prompt
Interpretations of
was.
yours.
But AI generated team name when the team drivers are not creative enough.
Yeah, we just wanted to drive, and we're like, oh, we need a team name. So yeah, that's how that came to be.
Some pretty challenging conditions today, and then some strategy, I guess, thinking on the fly required as well.
The 2-hour time limit actually made it extremely straightforward for us. So I had to drive up until 5 minutes before qualifying started for the SRO race. And then that entire thing took an hour and 50 minutes. So I just swapped back over and we were at drive time. And then we're going to run up against drive time again. So we just swapped back at the full course yellow. So wasn't too much strategy. We were just kind of popped into whatever we had to do with the 2-hour drive limit there.
Well, congratulations, guys. And we'll hopefully see you for some more ChampCar iRacing series for the remainder of this year.
Yeah, I hope so. Hope I got Thomas interested. Thank you,
Yeah,
guys.
thank you. Thank you all. I enjoyed.
Thanks for coming out.
Second place was Heartland Autosport Chocolate Chip Devon.
Yeah, and I'm here with Dakota Knapp and Beaver, as he's called, Aaron. Looked a little grim underneath the storm clouds there for you folks, but by the end of it all, it seems to have panned out.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Beaver killed it, but I was just trash in the wet.
Yeah, I am not used to the rain yet. Still don't necessarily like it, but all I did was practice in the rain. The wettest conditions, it could make it, just so I could get around the track and get used to it. And man, I think it really paid off in the end, me doing that.
Sure seemed like it. What was the biggest trick you found to getting around there in the wet?
Just finding where I could drive. I mean, that, where I could put the car, which curbs I could actually hit in this car, which ones I had to stay away from. And then once I did that, I just had to hit those parts of the track.
After the rain cleared up, it looked like it was pretty smooth sailing on that final restart. Once you folks got a little bit of separation, you were able to just drive it away. Hey, Dakota?
Yeah, I really was. The dried out track, the dry tires, and the little bit of heat that came back into the track and the tires it took the pace way up. And like I said earlier, sometimes it just takes a little bit of heat for those cookies to rise.
There you go. We spent a lot of time discussing cookies while we were in the booth. We didn't spend a lot of time talking about your team. You folks coming in second place here, thinking about making a push for the points championship here.
I mean, at this point, I feel like we have to.
Turned out pretty well for you there.
Yeah, I can't complain. I think we did. Even with all the slides and spins, I think Beaver and I really did a great job. We didn't have the most dialed in pit strategy, but the on the fly choices definitely is what brought it together at the end for us. So big shout out to Beaver for all the data on the behind the scenes. And our sister team, Tyler, Kirill, and David, those guys are absolutely fantastic. Just all the information that they had just helped us that much more. And just shout out to everybody with them. Heartland Autosport, of course. And I'm just so glad to have these guys with me.
It was a pleasure to have both you guys out. Anyone you need shout out, Beaver?
No, same guys. It was awesome to have teammates. talking through the race and knowing what the other car was doing and hearing what their strategy might be and helping us do ours. So yeah, it was great to, have that during the race for sure.
Good stuff. Well, we'll be looking to see you folks back for the finale on October 13th, Road America.
Oh, Road America? We'll be there.
Sounds good, buddy.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys.
And with that, there's one team left to chat with. I've been here before, and it's a second, a first, and a first in ChampCar iRacing Series Team Enduros in 2024. Dennis Federation and Christian Peeler, congratulations.
Thank you.
You weren't always up front across that 6 hours.
Oh yeah, that race was insane. We made literally every single bad call on strategy. First safety car, we like accidentally stayed out even though everybody pitted, and so we essentially like lost 40 seconds that were free. It was horrible, and we just kept on making mistakes. But at least the driving pace was there, so that made it work.
The feeling of the car in the worst of the weather, the lap times, you go, oh, that's only 20, 30 seconds a lap away from dry pace, but it looked, by all accounts, difficult to stay on the tarmac.
The thing about the car that was weird is I lost it in South Bend. I think we lost like 18 seconds, and then safety car kind of brought us back in. But for whatever reason, the GR86 in the wet, like when it goes, and then it just like chops your hands real good. But yeah, I mean, the car just kind of lets go. But overall, even in the full wet, it's almost like the drying conditions were worse because you were going to try new things because you think you can and you can't yet. But the full wet, you kind of knew what to expect. And it was like, you just knew it was going to be horrible always, everywhere. So everything was cautious. But yeah, it was a really fun race. And trying to figure out how the track is drying, it just felt so weird, the transition from wet tires to dry tires. Like the whole track looked totally dry. And I looked at all the people that switched, and they were 8 seconds a lap slow, 5 seconds a lap slow. So it was definitely a challenge, and we just ran those wets until they were dead.
It seemed like the right strategy call at the end of it.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I thought it was going to dry out so much quicker, which was a huge problem for us because I had to stay out of the car for an hour. And I thought it was going to be like 4 seconds a lap slower on wet tires in the dry for 30, 40 minutes or 20 minutes until he could come in. So I thought we had to stop 2 more times, and it just kind of worked out that he was just going to stay out until we could see the wet tires fall off and the dry tires work. But there were a couple people that switched, and it just didn't work for them at all. And then we just kind of threw the dice on the dries when the safety car ran and finished it on that.
Yeah, I was going to say you only had to make one good strategy call today, and that was the last one, eh?
Pretty much, yeah. That's the only one we made right. I thought about throwing wets on too, so very lucky we didn't screw that one up.
Well, 2, a 1, a 1. That puts you in very good position for the final round at Road America. We're going to see you come back and fight for the championship too?
I hope so. If schedules align, we'll be there.
Well, hopefully we'll see you on October 13th, and congratulations on the big win, 200 Champ Bucks coming to your Champ Buck wallet, so you can go out and get some racing this summer.
Awesome, guys. Thank you so much. That was a lot of fun.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers.
Our winners with us, Christian Peeler and Dennis Federation from Hungry Geckos. Well, there was a fair chunk of that race where they were not up the front, but by the end they seemed like an almost inevitable force in these endurance races.
Yeah, they keep coming out and they keep showing up right at the end, and that's when it counts. You know, you can get it wrong all day long, but you get the call right at the end, and sure enough, they found their way to the front and showing themselves to be pretty pretty consistent out here. We'll be excited to see them and all the rest at our next round in the ChampCar iRacing Endurance Series, October 13th. And then, of course, we have our next round of the regular ChampCar Series coming up on August 28th. That's the Clios at Mid-Ohio. Should be a good time and should be a good prep for folks going out to Mid-Ohio right after that with the Real World ChampCar Series. And of course, we're all going to be excited and watching the 24 hours of VIR, the Lifeline Classic, coming up here next weekend on ChampCar Live.
Yep, exactly. Thank you so much for joining us for the ChampCar iRacing VIR 6 hour. David Haynes with Devin Peters, Michael Derby tirelessly in the production and the replays. And what action we had across very changeable weather conditions, but with lots more ChampCar iRacing to come in the remainder of the year. Forum.champcar.org, the iRacing section's there if you want to find us there, or come find the Discord server. Congratulations to our podium once again, Hungry Geckos, Heartland Autosport Chocolate Chip, and Gatsu Raining Rubber Rapids. We look forward to bringing you more coverage and more racing for the next round, August 28th, and the next team endurance event, October 13.